Wrong meeting, Tim? Yeah, it'll make it.
AGP, are we ready? Okay. Mr. Gruber? Mr. Gruber, are you ready for the meeting, sir? Mr. Gruber, are you ready to have us start the meeting, sir? As we begin the meeting today, I would ask you all to please quiet your electronic devices so we don't have distractions for the meeting. If you would like to make a comment on an item on the agenda or on an item within the jurisdiction of this district, there are these slips in the entryway. Please fill one out and you can provide it to Ms. Madrid. She's sitting right on the end here. And each person will have 3 minutes to speak depending on, and at the proper time. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to call this meeting of the Cambria Community Services District Board of Directors. All right, who was that? You know I used to teach high school, public school, New Orleans, okay? Turn off your cell phones, please. If you would all please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. It's always nice to have a reminder of our dedication to our country here. We do have a quorum. All 5 board members are present. At this time, we will do agenda review. I've had a request from the general manager, and I would like to give him an opportunity. He's asked for a reordering.
Thank you, Madam Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Wanted to know if we could move 2 items on the agenda. Switch the rate study with the budget. So if you look at 6F, it's discussion and consideration of preliminary budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. And then if you look at 6A, it talks about, that's Alex Handler, he's going to present our rate study today. But I think might be a good idea to, as we present the preliminary budget, to discuss with the board what we eliminated from the budget to balance it. And then that might lead in to a segue regarding why the rate increases are necessary at some point in time. So just a suggestion, and just wanted to see if that works for the board. Didn't know if you wanted to have Alex's second and then right behind, which would, so he wouldn't be here a whole long time. I know he's got a previous commitment. So it requires that the budget would be first, Alex's would be second, and then we'd follow the order from there if that's okay with the board.
I would entertain discussion from the board. Director Barron, Vice President Barron.
I'm not necessarily against it. I hope that we can get to 6A and F pretty quickly, and as long as the budget review is relatively brief, so it's a summary of what you're going to present. So if you have just a couple of minutes as a precursor, I think would be worthwhile. And in that case, I would support if it's brief.
I don't know how brief it's going to be. Rudy's got, but we'll try. We'll make it brief. How
long do you think it's going to take? 15 minutes or an hour and a half?
I can probably make it around 10.
Okay.
I mean,
10 minutes is reasonable.
I mean, I'll do my best.
Right.
Yeah,
You can always go back to it later.
Correct.
But, yeah.
Not shorter.
Director Pearson.
Part of, I think, what we want to see and that you're going to present is the things that were cut from the budget in order to make it a balanced budget.
Correct.
Which then will give us a better idea as to what things we're deferring that maybe the rate study will assist us with in the future.
Yeah, let me just clarify what I'm going to cover. I'm going to make a very brief introduction about the budget, And then I think we can get directly into the cuts or adjustments that we're referring to. Okay, is that okay with?
And the budget doesn't include any change to the rates, so that we're
Very
looking
true.
at what we would have if the rate study were not to occur.
That's correct. We developed this draft of the budget to not include any increases in
Okay.
water, wastewater, and
I just
we
wanted
did
to
not
understand.
assume that the June 5th ballot measure would pass either. So
All right.
the staffing levels within the fire department represent that also. So.
Anybody else like to weigh in? I do want to make sure that we have a majority of the board that doesn't mind having that change, where we would change 6F to the first item under regular business, and then followed by the rate study, which would then be the second instead of the first.
I don't mind having the order switched.
Is that okay? Uh-oh. All right, so it sounds like we do have a majority for that change. Thank you very much. Is there any other agenda changes or deletions?
Do you want to talk about that bank powers thing?
When we get to it?
When we get to it.
Yeah, thank you. AGP, Director Farmer's microphone is not turning on. If we could get some tech help up here. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. First item is Public Safety, the Sheriff's Department report. Do we have the Sheriff's Department? Oh, hello, Commander Vogue, welcome.
Okay, good afternoon. Commander Jim Vogue from the Coast Station Sheriff's. Apologize for not being here last time. I guess I didn't put the right date in my calendar or something. So anyway, I learned. This time period is from the April 24th through May 24, 2018. Calls for service at 73, which is down, it's always a good thing when our calls for service are down. Suspicious circumstances, subjects, or criminal acts, we had only 9 reported. We've had up to 22 or 18, so that's nice. 21 the 2 months before. Phone scams, you only had 1. As you well know, it's my pet peeve. We only had 1 overdue tax scam. But just to show you, because it could happen anywhere, because everybody has telephones, a lady in Los Osos, just a senior, just lost $8,000 in cash for a phone scam that her grandson was involved in an accident. He's being held in jail, and I'm an attorney, and I can help you, but I need cash. And it was sent FedEx, and she reported it the next day. Unfortunately, the package had already been picked up. So just things to be, that's why it's really good to have, not call waiting. What is it? Caller ID. Yeah, so you kind of know. Disturbing the peace, only 16. Check the welfare, 7. Petty theft, 0, which is really good. Grand theft, we had 1. And these are just radio calls. Audible alarms, 14, all were false. Burglaries, 0. Counterfeit bills, we've had 2 $100 bills. So, if you take 100, make sure, get one of those pens or something to check on that, especially if you're a merchant in town. Not too many notable incidents. 800 block of Suffolk, we had a report of a missing juvenile. Subject had run away in the past, and we found her. And the only reason I'm kind of mentioning this missing juvenile, it seems with San Simeon and Cambria within the last 4 or 5 months, we've had a lot of missing juvenile reports, a lot relatively speaking, and they're all female, and they're all 15, 16, 17 age. So, I mean, a lot of us could probably predict that age anyway, but if you have a 15, 16, or 17-year-old little daughter at home, make sure you have a good relationship with her. So, I'm not blaming anybody. These things happen, but, it's kind of scary when these young people are leaving. 5/16, May 16th, on the CCSD, close to home, we had a vandalism. A soft-top convertible was cut. 2 inches, but as you all know, that's all you need on a convertible. We don't have any suspects at this time. And this morning, probably some of you might have already heard, but we had looks like an apparent suicide at the Vineyard Church. Nobody that was local as far as we know of. I can't give you any great details because I don't know if next of kin has been notified or not. It was a hanging and at the Vineyard Church. So it doesn't seem like the individual was a local individual. And I'd give you more if I could, but I don't know about next of kin, so I don't want to release any more. But he was found this morning. So, okay, any questions at all?
I just have one question. There's been a lot of very loud air activity. I don't know if other people have noticed that do you know anything about that at all?
Loud air? Oh,
Jets.
no.
Like the last 3 days.
Is it during the daytime mostly?
Tuesday was especially, yeah.
Really?
In the daytime. I
Yeah.
just didn't know if you happened to.
Yeah, nothing that's come to law enforcement's attention.
The president
Probably
didn't
military.
call you and,
No,
okay.
he's got a hotline to me, but he didn't call me, okay?
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for coming. All right, CCSD Fire Chief report. Looks like you get 2 items in a row, Chief Hollingsworth. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President and Board. Thank you for letting us be here today. I can really quickly address the air issue if that is of a concern to you. Believe it or not, we do not have a naval or air wing anywhere close to us. The closest one is in Lemoore. However, right now, due to some contractual increases at Camp Roberts, they've taken an increase of almost between 10 and 15,000 reserves that are coming out on a more active capacity, and they're going to be training and drilling on a more regular basis, and they coordinate that with some of the naval air stuff that comes out of Lemoore, which is why you're probably hearing what's going on. We can't confirm that entirely, but the commander was at a recent meeting and he was talking about that happening, so most likely that's what's occurring.
Thank you.
In the month of April, the fire department likewise had a reduction in calls. We're down to about 79, and that is actually a good thing. I'm not sure if that means April is a safer month to be in, but that's actually where we are in regards to responses. Continuing with the board's desire, 84.8% of that remains to be local contacts. So we're still averaging right around 15% of non-local in regards to customer service. They've completed 172 hydrant maintenance issues to date. There's been a relatively small number, again, that had to be fixed with minor changes. And again, just a huge thank you to the water department with Jason. He's been very responsive to helping us out and taking care of those. As you'll know, the Fire Safe Focus Group for Cambria hosted a series of town hall meetings here in the community about everything about safety and emergency preparedness, and that concluded this last month. And the natural transition out of that came from one of the last speakers is how do we go farther and what's our next step? Right now is whether or not we're going to develop that into what's either called a COAD or a VOAD organization, which is a group of volunteer organizations in the community that are all basically connected to help for whatever emergency may happen. And so we're in the infancy stages of that. We've already connected with Cal OES and the VOAD group out of San Luis Obispo County. We're getting lots of good information from other agencies and communities that have already developed this and have set it up. So as we move forward, we'll continue giving you a little bit more info about that. We are in the beginning processes of surplusing our 30-year-old fire engine. It's worth at least $8. It might be worth a little bit more than that, but we've been able to repurpose a bunch of the equipment that was stored on that was old and antiquated, and CERT was actually the recipient of a number of the pieces that were on there, so they've been able to bolster some of their supplies. And we're also going to be surplusing the old rescue boat that was just recently replaced, so you might be seeing that in the news or the for sale ads or things like that. And before going into the next item on the agenda, I just wanted to turn it over for you if you had any additional questions you wanted to clarify.
Director Pearson?
Yes, you have 3 ocean rescues this month. Was that in county or out of county?
That was all here off of our coast.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I don't see any other lights, so let's go on to the next item.
All right, so I'm going to ask our three newest reserves to stand up and join me here. One of the most enjoyable things that means you can get up. One of the most enjoyable things we do get to do is welcome new people into the fire service. And as you are very well aware, your fire department is a combination department. So it's a combination of career personnel and then reserves that help. And in our capacity, those reserves are dedicated to filling the fourth position on the engine. We just finished our most recent fire academy, which we do about every 12 to 18 months, depending on need. And these three gentlemen are filling vacancies that are currently open. So I would like to introduce Jeff Luna, Jake Babinski, and Andrew Schechter, and to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves and their family. Just welcome them to our community.
Welcome.
How you guys doing? My name is Jeffrey Luna. I brought my family over here, my wife Veronica of 11 years, my 9-year-old daughter Eva, my 7-year-old Violet, and my 6-year-old Violet, and my 18-month now daughter Iris. I've been with Cambria for past 2 months now. Before that, I was a fire cadet and attack officer with Allen Hancock College, and I'm bringing all my knowledge from there and training to Cambria. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. My name's Jake Babinski. This is my wife, Avalon. We're the Babinskis. It's a privilege to serve and be in this community. We relocated from Santa Rosa, California, and we currently live in Atascadero. My background, I worked in a trauma center for a few years and was a firefighter for Sonoma County, and it was a nice move for us to come to Cambria, and we'll be married for 2 years on the 4th. So, this is a nice new start for a new marriage. So we're excited to be here, and thanks for having us today.
Hello, my name is Andrew Schechter. This is my girlfriend Sarah over here. Excited to be here serving this community. A little bit about my history so far. I've started out firefighting as a pay call firefighter in Avila for 2 years. After that, I went through the Allen Hancock Fire Academy that Luna teaches at. And then after that, got hired as a seasonal firefighter in Humboldt, worked a fire season up there, and then moved to LA to go through paramedic school with Mount San Antonio College. After doing that, I've been working here for the last 8 months with San Luis Ambulance as a paramedic. Excited to be here in this community.
So just as a quick reminder, our reserves are trained at the exact same level that a career person would be at. So for them to even apply before they walk in the door, they have all completed at least 800 hours of training in regards to minimum requirements, hazardous materials training, basic EMT at minimum, and a full firefighter 1. And you could tell all these gentlemen have a little bit more experience than some. They have a lot of more college involved in this, and they're all bringing all of that additional knowledge and experience here. So we're very thankful to have them on staff. They've already put them on shift, and they've been working, and they completed an exhaustive academy here in the community as well, just getting familiar with our equipment in our town. So thank you for letting us bring them on, and they're very eager to serve. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hollingsworth. Thank you, Chief Hollingsworth, and welcome to all three of you and your families. All right, next up is public comment. We set aside some time during every meeting where you can speak to items not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the district, and I believe we have a few. When I call your name, please approach the lectern. You'll have 3 minutes. And you won't have to guess. You should see it. First up is going to be Nancy Anderson, followed by Ted Key. Hi.
Good morning. Hello, I'm Nancy Anderson, and I'm a Cambria resident. It takes a village to working together to bring about positive outcomes for all. This happened in Cambria on Earth Day 2018. Over 500 Cambrians, tourists, and visitors celebrated Cambria's treasured environment at the Green Space, Cambria Land Trust, and Soto's True Earth celebration event. A number of us here today, including CSD directors, attended. Vendors demonstrated many aspects of Cambria's earth and sea-related treasures and their preservation. True Earth and Green Space were joined by 15 other local environmental organizations advocating for our forest, coast, and ocean. I'll be happy to provide the list of vendors on request. We all worked together. We helped each other. We learned from each other. Also included in this well-attended event was a fabulous kids zone with nature activities and face painting. A major point of interest was the larger-than-life nest of twigs and things that drew attention and enjoyment of both adults and children. And there was music, provided by several local musicians. This music in the Creekside Outdoor Amphitheater drew people to sit on lovely green, spring green grass to listen or dance or doze off in the warm sun. Even little kids danced to the music introduced by a very skillful master of ceremonies. Children's environment-related art was viewed and voted on for awards. People ate great food from True Earth and Robbins, sipped Green Space beverages, and satisfied their sweet teeth with homemade cookies. All vendor groups chatted together, as well as with visitors. We all found common ground. We learned new information and approaches. We related to each other in ways I have not personally seen for a long time. People kept saying over and over, let's do this again. Let's do this more often. Soon. It takes a village. It takes all of us working together to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a brief comment?
When we're done with the public comment, is that all right?
I just want to remark on this, in that it was a beautiful day. We had live music. It was a beautiful day. We had live music, and the day before and the day after were both relatively overcast and windy. But that particular day, it was just a beautiful sunny day. It was pretty magical.
Ted Key, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Good afternoon, directors. You should all, including you, Jerry, have handouts in hand regarding my issue, and I want to walk you through them thoroughly. The first 2 pages are copies of letters I hand-delivered to the office and received no reply from anyone. Mr. Sanders also never returned comment to me. I also reminded the board about this from the podium after that time. As I anticipated, this project did move ahead, as you can see from the next page. That is a copy of the tentative action that I received in the mail the day after the NCAC issued their approval for this project with some stipulations. I'm going to take this issue up with the Land Use Committee. How's the public to voice their concerns prior to NCAC approval when we don't even know about such projects yet? The next page shows you Cambria Ordinance 0804-100 regarding meter transfers, which is what is going on here. The bolded italics explain the intent is to control density and sewer service. The next page shows the lot location and plot map for the block. This project is being placed on a recently merged adjoining 35 wide lots. It creates a long, skinny lot with adequate square feet, but the frontage is split and only achieved by adding the 2 opposite ends of this new lot. Effectively, this lot is 35 feet wide at either end. Imagine the density of this block when fully developed. The next page shows a home at 259 Worcester and is clearly the poster child for the 0804-100 ordinance. This would never be built today for the 3-story height, but also because of the 35-foot frontage. You can easily see the density problem here. This meter transfer deserved further scrutiny. Effectively, the new home on this site presents the same density, sewer, and fire and drainage issues that the ordinance intended to control. 2 days ago, Chief Hollingsworth was over at my house for a final fire inspection. I spoke to him about this, and while he has written a detailed fire plan for this project, when I fully explained all this to him and he could see the site, I asked him how many of these tight firefighting situations he wanted to see in Cambria, and he immediately expressed his concern. I also requested a hearing with the county. I hold little hope of stopping this project now, as once the train car, in this case literally a 25-foot wide, 2-story train car gets rolling, it's almost impossible to stop. You folks still need to review the ordinance, but my strong frustration here is that while you may agree or disagree with me, I believe these are not frivolous issues, and in this case, public concern has not only been ignored, but shut out by the process. This does not serve well the ongoing perception of communication issues with this board and district. I would like to believe you would treat this and other similar future projects with more respect and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Key. Tina Dickinson, followed by Sarah Russo.
Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I echo Nancy Anderson's comments regarding Green Space's Earth Day event. I attended that, and I thought it was a fabulous event, providing information, education, fun for all, and a beautiful setting where 5 different groups or individuals sang for us, and it was really special. However, I changed my tone to this now. Recently, I watched a movie I had not seen before. Many of you, I'm sure, have, called Network. The most famous quote from that movie is this, played by Peter Finch, the actor. Quote, "I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to put up with this anymore." End of quote. I have felt this way for a long time regarding CCSD. As many of you know, I have led 4 Proposition 218s, 2 of which were successful, 2 were not. But I would say, Cambrians, wake up to what you have in management, your general manager, your board, and do something about it. On Thursday of last week, I attended the Finance Committee, and I was appalled at comments that General Manager Gruber made in reference to Mr. Rudy Hernandez, the finance manager. It was just really quite remarkable that he would speak in front of members of the public in the way that he did. It was unprofessional, it was inappropriate, and it needs to stop. And I'm saying right now that if the board can't do something about our general manager, then my God, or by God, this community had better rise up and do something. We cannot tolerate this any longer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Russo, followed by Stephen Provo.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Russo. I've been a community member in Cambria for almost 40 years. In the 1980s and the 1990s, I was on the Cambria Forest Management Committee. We faced all the same issues we're talking about now. That is 36 years ago. So I would like to say a couple of things. First of all, these meetings are bad timing for people who have to work. There are 2 types of people in this community, retired and really tired, because we have to work 3 jobs to make it happen. And then when we hear things about the water rates going up 47% in 2 years and that kind of thing, it does rile us up. We have built this community, and there are 2 groups here, the old village and the new village, and we are not connected. I cannot believe the pickleball palace is locked. So that's where I'm at. Again, I would like to say that if we would recycle our water, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are other places who have no water that create it. If we could recycle water even for our garden, it would be nice to have some greenery again. I have garden grief. The other thing I would like to say to the community, and you might want to all look this up on Google, is Agenda 21 through 28, which what I understood was that we are a non-sustainable community. because we do not have any water holdings to protect us from fire. We have burned to the north and we have burned to the south. And if you don't think Cambria is a tinderbox, then you don't have your eyes open. So again, agenda 21 through 28 indicates that we are not a sustainable community. The other thing I'd like to mention, just briefly, is does anybody know about the Montebello? The Montebello is a huge ship that came out of Santa Maria, I don't know how many years ago, and it's holding 9 million gallons of crude oil, sitting 900 feet off our coast. It's been there a long time, and it's breaking down. I couldn't find any current information about anybody checking on it, but the last time they did was in 2012, which was what I could find, and it said it showed immediate issues regarding rust and breaking down. So I'd just like to say again, it would be nice to see a sign outside that said there's a meeting today or tomorrow so we have some time to set up from work. And I hope that we can all work together because right now it's kind of messy. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Just to follow really quick, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary will be meeting in Cambria on June 16th at 9 a.m. at the Santa Rosa Parish Catholic Church Parish Hall at 1174 Main. So that would be a good place to ask the question about the Montebello, just for follow-up. Stephen Provo, followed by Crosby Swartz.
I was going to speak on item 6A. Is that?
All right, thank you. Then we've got J. Stewart Kreis. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. You'll have to pronounce it for me so I can get it right. Hi.
Hi, it's pronounced Kreis.
Kreis.
And
Thank you.
I'm
Welcome.
actually here for my wife, Carol, who was delayed with the responsibility in Tascadero. In April, my wife, Carol, called the CCSD and left a voice message for the engineer regarding information on the requirements for removal of healthy pine trees and the extension of a water line from an existing house to an adjacent vacant lot to accommodate a guest house. I did this after I was told that the CCSD could not furnish any written regulations. My call was not returned. On Monday, May 7th, I stopped by the CCSD office and asked to speak with the engineer. The receptionist left her desk to check and returned to say that he was not available. I explained that I had attempted to contact him and that I had left a voicemail for him some time ago and never received a response. I left my phone number for him to call me. She said she would try to follow up. I asked again for printed regulations. She said they had none. And again, I received no call. It appears that in the absence of printed regulations, they could be inconsistently applied by the CCSD. She went on the computer and noticed that if printed material is requested from the CCSD, it will cost the person making the request $20 per page in order to receive it. In her frustration, she called the office of Supervisor Bruce Gibson, telling them that there had been no response from CCSD, and the person she spoke to said that seems to be inconsistent. They would follow it up, but they were a bit appalled that no response had been made. I see a sign on Main Street that you're great people, we're a great community, doing great things. There may need to be some adjustments to that sign.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I've made a note on the back of the public comment card so we can follow up, Mr. Gruber. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Don Howell, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you. Don Howell. I wanted to comment, well, I plan on beating the dead horse, which I come here every meeting to beat on, but before I do that, I just wanted to mention that part of where I'm feeling here is that the management, the district's management, I feel, sometimes is overly invested in certain solutions to certain problems that past boards have engaged in, to the extent that often things that perhaps should be coming directly from the board are in fact coming from the general manager. Now, I'm sure everyone wants to do a good job. I don't think that's the issue. And actually, I think in all fairness to the general manager, originally when Tom Gray was hired as a spokesman for the board, he was speaking for the board, however we might have disagreed with him. However, I may get this timeline may be wrong, but I believe it to be correct. When the general manager was tasked with explaining the board's position, we, the public, received a number of letters under his name. Now, my thinking is that's probably not appropriate. If the board wishes to express something about its position to the public, that information should come from the board and be signed by the board, not the management. The management's job is to do whatever policies the board decides, not to influence the board's policy, nor to be lobbying the public to influence the board's policy. That is not appropriate. Having said that, now for the dead horse. Sustainable water facility. And again, it's the consistency with which the general manager refuses to use any other term, which again leads me to this sense that possibly there's a little more invested than should be. To call the sustainable water facility the sustainable water facility is at best right now simply not true. It, of course, is a water facility. We'll all agree to that. But sustainable, it is not. It is not sustainable. It has not. Now, we hope that it will be sustainable, but it isn't yet. It's not sustainable economically. We still don't know how much it's going to cost us. And it is not sustainable ecologically until mitigations have been done. So to be calling it is a little bit too much Madison Avenue, and many of us, I think, we feel insulted and we feel our intelligence insulted by continuing to use this terminology when, to my recollection, the board has never taken any official action regarding this name. So it is possible that the name could be selected that was perhaps not quite so maddening, since the board has not chosen to give any direction, but there's nothing to prevent the management from going ahead and making the change. After all, there was no, to my knowledge, board action on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Elizabeth Bettenhausen is my last request to speak on public comment on items not on the agenda. If you would like to speak, please grab a speaker slip in the entry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen, a 16-year-plus resident of Cambria. And I just want to comment briefly on two things. The first is I forgot my backpack. I've got the wrong glasses, and I don't have a pack of Kleenex. So if people think I need it, at least give me a napkin or something, okay? In the course of this, I'd really be grateful. I was just rushing because I was trying to figure out stuff that you'll hear about later. But I want to volunteer. I've done that in the past, trying to help CCSD, and I want to do it again. I would like to volunteer to talk with the people who prepare the agenda. I would like to volunteer with those people so that we can have a preliminary discussion about your understanding of time. I love the concept of time, and I think about it a lot as I get closer to my 76th. But I love time, and I love spending time. But I do not love this. I sent you 4 photographs, didn't I, dear board, this earlier. They had said nothing, really, other than they summed up visually what I think of this agenda today. You have a major policy item under consent. That's very interesting. And you've not discussed it as a board. But then you have 6, and I can't see the clock too well, so whistle if it get down to 30 seconds. Thanks. These are my computer glasses.
The light will turn yellow at 30
6.
seconds.
Oh, thanks. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's a long way into the rhyme, isn't it? Of major items, and I can sing better than that, but I forgot to have lunch. Major items in an agenda beginning at 2 o'clock, as I suggested to you, I think, in the email, when the bulk of people from this town, other than retired, cannot be here. Please, board, I volunteer to just sit and listen and then feed back to you what you've said as you prepare the agenda. But do not come to us poor Cambrians with this much information to digest in our ongoing delightful lives in paradise. I doubt that the board has read all 433 pages. How many, Madam Chair, may I ask you to ask the board, have they read all 433 pages? How many people in the audience have? Please don't do it to us again. It's an imposition on our well-being as adults with human rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
She knows how to work with community.
There were some agenda, there were some changes to the agenda, to the content of some of the items that came out on Tuesday and on Wednesday, and I definitely empathize with having such a big packet. I think a large number of pages can be discounted from the list of APNs that's in here, but there are a substantial number of meaty items on this agenda, and having information come to us even as late as yesterday is a little on the frustrating side. And I know our staff works hard to make sure this information is ready for us, and it may be that some of the items on this agenda should have waited for another month to allow for proper preparation of the information, because we can't be making, especially on things like the budget, which is a primary responsibility of the board, is the fiscal management of this district is a very important responsibility for this board. And I would like to think even a draft budget we could have put together, and I hope that along with the vice president who works with the general manager and I to build these agendas, that we can come to some decisions when we think we may not be ready, even if on the calendar we really kind of need to get to those items. So I definitely empathize with the public on this, and this is not the largest packet that we've had. It does have a lot of things. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gruber, but I believe the sanitary sewer management plan that's on consent is an operations item that is required as part of doing the operations of the collection system versus certain policies. Are there policy implications of the SSMP?
From a budgetary standpoint, you'll see during the budget process that some of the things that we eliminated that would help further bolster the SSMP program, such as the Vector truck and collection system personnel and cameras and things like that. So, but you're correct in saying that. But the board always has, the leverage to say, hey, this is a pretty heavy agenda. Let's see what we can tackle today, and maybe, I know everybody's real busy, but maybe reconvene it, next week or so. See how far we get. It's a lot of information, but we did double side. I just want to mention that to Director Berenger, that we did double side. It would be almost 900 pages if we didn't, and so that is his legacy, double siding of the pages.
Vice President Berenger, would you like to weigh in?
Well, just to follow up a little bit, I talked to some citizens, and I talked to the general manager. Item 5C is a meaty item, but it's something that's done on a regular basis. I think one of the ideas would be, people said, well, the infrastructure committee didn't see it yet, but this is done every 5 years. In fact, it's a little bit late. It's important to do it. It gets a biannual review. It will go to the infrastructure committee meeting, for further deliberations and maybe improvement. And the next time we have other things to do too. But this is something that the infrastructure committee should have an ability to review, certainly biannually. So that's something that will take place in the future. I did read it. It is lengthy, and it seems comprehensive and appropriate for its purpose. If I can make one other comment on public comment, I don't think it's the district's responsibility to answer all questions satisfactorily to the applicant, but I think it's inexcusable to have somebody hang out there not without an answer. And the issues that were brought up are the fact, and this community continues to think that we're some kind of a government, when in fact building issues, land use issues, trees are all come under the purview of the county, not the CCSD. So if we don't have an ordinance on certain things, because we don't have responsibility for land use. But I don't think that's not an excuse that you didn't get an answer at least pointed in the right direction. So that's one comment.
Madam President, if I could, just one more thing on the SSMP. This is our second version of this. We did one, as you know, 5-6 years ago, and we contracted that out. The contractors did a good job on that, but this is a much better product. This was done in-house by staff, so thank you.
All right, we'll move to consent agenda since we're kind of sort of on consent. Okay. Is there anybody that would like to pull an item from the consent agenda? Director Farmer?
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps I'm just kind of spacing out here with regard to the sanitary sewer management plan. But considering its, to me, relative length and complexity to some degree or another, I'd appreciate the opportunity for the Standing Infrastructure Committee to maybe dialogue about it at our next meeting.
So do you want to pull it from the consent agenda so it doesn't just get approved as a vote?
Let's hear what Harriet.
I'd like to do that. Just let's say just to allow for a further discussion about it with all the members of the committee, and then come back and.
Well, I agree with that, but we can approve it now and dialogue all we want, because this is a critical item for other issues, and it can be a live document. We can modify it next week. It's an important.
It should be a
study
living document.
It's an important study that needs to be, that I would like to approve today if I can. And yes, bring it to the infrastructure committee. However, as you know, as you'll hear in a few minutes, I think, is that there are far more pressing things that the infrastructure committee is going to need to do in the next couple of months.
I'm glad I'll be hearing that in a few minutes. And since you're the chairperson of the infrastructure committee, I'll go along with your comment.
Okay, thank you.
Then, if nobody wants to pull any of the items, we can. I have a public comment. Tina Dickinson, please. Thank you, Jim.
Don't want to miss it.
Tina Dickinson. On this item, under expenditures, I brought this up at the Finance Committee last week. It is regarding Liebert Cassidy Whitmore on page 9 of 21 of expenditures. Last month I went through the expenditure report and saw that to this law firm from Fresno we paid over $7,000. I brought this up at the Finance Committee, and General Manager Gruber said, we're done with LCW, no more expenditures, but I added up before I came to the meeting that $3,474 more dollars are in this expenditure report. So that's about $10,500. Now, I haven't gone back prior to that, and these are all related to admin client matter, and each one of these matters has a separate number. For there are 3 items. So I'm not quite understanding why we are hiring Liebert Cassidy Whitmore is for what? I mean, exactly what are all of these codes related to? They certainly represent for human resources personnel issues, but when we're spending this kind of money for all kinds of law firms, I think that the public has a right to know. Now, I understand maybe a lot of this may be being dealt with possibly in closed session because we don't know. That's the only thing I can assume. But I certainly have issues with many items in the expenditure report, but this one, to think there's another 3,500 about in addition to last month, and if I go back further, maybe I'll find even more. It's troubling to me, and it should be to members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Carmel, would you like to?
Liebert, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Liebert Cassidy performs a number of different services for the district. Liebert Cassidy, the firm that Ms. Dickinson was speaking about, performs a number of different services for the district. It helps us with personnel issues and personnel problems, which we've had several of in the past few months. It performs labor negotiations for the district. And it also helps out with training. And I know we've had, in the last couple of months, we've had some training sessions, really important training sessions. So I think it's the combination of those three that probably caused this spike in Liebert Cassidy billings.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel.
I'd like to.
Vice President Behringer, followed by.
If there's a comment, I wanted to move that we approve the consent agenda.
Yeah, I just want to make a brief comment on the consent agenda on the expenditure report. Because thank you. I usually like to make people aware of what's going on with our monthly expenditures with regard to our water facility. So you might be grateful to know that while in the previous calendar year of 2017, the amount spent every month was over $100,000. This past month, it was only $30,000. Now, we still had lab costs for $11,000, but what I found a bit curious was that we did pay $8,400 to CDM Smith, the people who designed and built our water facility, for task order number 8, while at the same time, we're also paying the legal firm Rutan and Tucker a little over $1,500 for professional services regarding the district's dispute with CDM Smith. So I found that a little bit interesting. That's my comment on the expenditure report. Thank you.
Vice President Behringer.
There's a motion on the board to approve the consent agenda. Looking for a second.
I second.
Moved by Vice President Behringer, seconded by Director Pearson. I just want to say that I hope the Infrastructure Committee, when they look at the SSMP, addresses the issue of changing the annual checking of the video from 20% down to 10% per year, and the implementation of the FOG program, the fats, oils, and greases. If you would please just I just wanted to say that while we're all here together, because those are the two policy seeming issues that will impact the budget and the maintenance of the system.
Right. I think there's the Infrastructure Committee is going to be looking at alternatives there too.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So there's a motion and a second. Did you get to pass the consent agenda? Can we please have a roll call?
Vice President Behringer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 3:02. 6F, though. We're going 6F first, though.
You want 20 or 5?
Gentlemen, are you prepared? Are you ready to go?
No, pages.
Are you ready to go?
Yes, Madam President.
All right.
This is, may I introduce the item?
Yes, we are going to have regular business. We're going to start with item 6F and then go to 6A. Go ahead, Mr. Gruber.
Thank you. Item 6F, discussion and consideration of preliminary budget for fiscal year 2018-2019. I'm going to turn it over to the finance manager. He has a PowerPoint presentation. We'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Again, what staff is looking for is some direction when we present this to you. It is a budget that is balanced. One of the things that I've asked Rudy to present per department is the adjustments that we made in order to balance the budget. So we're going to be coming back unless the board wants to meet again before the June meeting in finalizing it. Once we provide the information, which we've already presented to the Finance Standing Committee once, what we want to do is solicit input today, and then we'll meet with the Finance Committee one more time before the June meeting. And so that would be 2 times with the Finance Committee and 2 times with the board. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hernandez, and just want to thank him for his work on this. We'll be bringing back some more charts and graphs, and then the opening letter, the transmittal letter, they call it, in the budget next month. Those are the things we're still working on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rudy. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, before you get started, I just want to double check that I'm not misunderstanding. I believe that the state law on passing a budget is we have to pass it by June, but we can pass it as a preliminary budget and then make changes to, and I think it has to be approved either before the end of September or the end of August. I'm not sure.
September.
Okay, so if we were to allow for some additional time to really make sure that the policies are clear, and I want to say to the board, as part of the discussion that has been going on with the budget, and I think it was brought up at the Finance Committee, it's important for this board to be weighing in on the issue of the board had set a policy that we want to have a balanced budget and not a budget that ends of the year in the red, essentially. And so that's what they've done, because staff is following what the board asked them to do. But that may not be the best approach based on what the needs are of the district for operations, et cetera, and what our revenues are. So if you just kind of keep that thought in your head. Mr. Carmel?
I just wanted to correct my mistake. That's September 1st is the final budget.
Okay, so September 1st is, so we could approve it as a preliminary budget, and then we have to get a final one by September 1st. Okay, thank you. That's why I couldn't remember either. Right. Usually they do it on the last day of the month, not the first. All right. Either way, thank you. I just wanted to put that framework out there so that the board should also make that decision if we don't want to pass a final until either August or either July or August, because we want to make sure that we have a good product.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for your patience.
Yeah, again, Madam President and members of the public and our board, what you have before you is, like our general manager stated, it's a balanced budget, okay? In fact, our budget is projected to be expenditure-wise $11,917,102. Projected revenues are expected to be $11,961,291, and I just mentioned expenditures, $11,917,102, and we're projected to be like 44,000 to the good side. I mean, revenues are projected to exceed projected expenditures by 44,000. And like you mentioned, it's good to have a balanced budget, but there's also some other areas that happened that we had to cut, or say adjust. Okay, so in a few minutes I'll get into that. We are going to get into that. We have a PowerPoint presentation on that. And just to give you a heads up, I've been around the world for a long time, been doing budgets over and over. I've presented budgets that have gone as long as 30 hours, okay? And this, the message I got from the board, I want to make it very clear. You're looking for more of a summary type presentation, so I'm going to make it kind of brief. Okay, so, yeah. And next up, I'm going to do just summarize what our general manager just stated, the budget adjustment that we had to reduce to present our board with the balanced budget, okay? And we'll get into the specifics in a few minutes, but the general fund budget was reduced by $479,135. The water operating fund, $182,714. The wastewater operating budget was reduced by $1,274,102. And I'm just going to call this a water SWF fund, $95,000. Okay, so overall, we had to reduce the budget by over $2 million to present our board this afternoon with the balanced budget. Okay, so I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, will be brief. Now we're going to get into the specific budget adjustments that were reduced. Okay, and there is a PowerPoint. Hopefully, for the sake of the public, it's up on the screen. And let me just see that. You'll note, Jerry, can you? See. It's a little difficult to see. Can't see it. Oh boy.
Can they blow it up? You want me to turn the lights out?
Okay. Okay. Yay. Okay. Okay. Yes, board and public, if you look at the first part of my presentation, you'll see the general fund adjustments that were made to balance the general fund. The first line item, you'll note that we did not include the cost of the 3 fighter positions that are currently funded by the SAFER grant, and that amounts to $378,025. So that's the first item. And then our fire chief requested $50,000 for a mobile and handheld equipment, and that was reduced. And we also had originally a clerical assistant budgeted for the amount of $51,000, and that was also eliminated. So the sum of those 3 items equal $479,135. And at this point, Jerry, anybody want to make? Okay, if any, I'm going to go on to the next one, folks. The next budget that we reduced was the water operating fund. You'll note that the first item is $50,328. And originally, we had a utility manager position in the budget, whereby the water operating fund was going to cover 25% of that. And we also had a few other minor budget adjustments made to benefits, but that line item was $50,328. And then our water meters budget to purchase more meters was, it's not a lot of money, but it's the principal. We had to reduce it by $3,000. And then we had maintenance and repairs events, emergency events budget that we had reduced by $20,000. And this particular next item, land conservancy, that was just reallocated to a different department, but that was still reduced by $12,500. And then there's some other minor costs that were reduced. You'll note interest and principal on National Bank loan. Well, what happened here, folks, you'll note the format change for fiscal year 18-19 budget. It kind of changed drastically, okay? We have now created a line item called debt service to report any debt such as loans and interest on those particular debts. So we now have them classified under debt service section, whereas before they were shown as part of the supplies and services budget. So this is more a reclassification, but what happened is they were entered twice originally, part of the supplies budget and also in debt service. So we eliminated them from the supplies budget. And then we added a small appropriation of $3,000 for the Stewart Street tank repair. And then we had some hot mix asphalt patches of $10,000 that were cut. Then we had, here's the big one, we had a Zone 2 to 7 Trans Main SR Creek, is it pedestrian building, I think that is, or bridge? Yeah, 70,000, that's a huge one, okay? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. My apology.
What was that? This one?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, let's go back to the hot mix asphalt. That was 10,000, and then the Zone 2 to 7 Trans Main SR Creek pedestrian bridge, that was 70,000. And then Rodeo Grounds pump station replacement, that was reduced by 10,000. So the water operating fund budget was reduced by 182,714. Okay, so that's that. Now let's get into the wastewater operating budget. Here's the big one, okay, because originally we had, as I mentioned, a utility manager in the personnel budget. We also had two wastewater collection system operators in the budget. So we had really three full-time positions, and those were reduced. And we also made some minor benefit adjustments, but this is a big one. We reduced this section of the budget by $257,119. And then we also reduced our maintenance and repairs for the collection system by $2,000. Maintenance and repairs for the disposal effluent, $8,000. Maintenance and repairs, manhole, I think it's raising. Okay, that's $10,000. Maintenance and repairs, buildings, we reduced by $30,000. Major maintenance, CCTV and HydroClean by $37,500. And then we had another emergency events appropriation in the budget, and that was reduced by $70,000. It's huge. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and then we had our electricity. Staff went back and took a look at that, and we reduced that by $10,000. That's electricity. And here's the biggie, and I think our engineer might want to talk about this later on, but the Valkyr truck, that was $423,483. It's a huge. And then we also had handrails on digesters, $20,000 reduced. We had camera, $50,000 reduced. And we had two trucks, one a Ford F-350 with a rack, $48,000. We had a Ford F-350 with crane, $68,000. We had a lift station B3 electrical and controls, $45,000. We had a lift station B2 electrical controls in the amount of $65,000. And these last two items, folks, they were more of a clerical error because we had already listed those two operator positions. They were already included in the personnel section, so they didn't belong in this section. So we just eliminated those from this part of the budget. And so when you add all those up, folks, it adds up to $1,274,102. And the last item that that we did reduce was the water sustainability operating fund, which is Fund 39. And there we had a utility manager that was to be funded part of that position. So we eliminated that and made some other minor benefit adjustments. So that added up to $80,480. And this last item, Land Conservancy, like the other previous water operating expenditure, all we did was reallocated these costs to another department. But this SW or Water Sustainability Fund, the total adjustments or reductions are $95,480. So if you add up all those numbers, folks, that is what makes up the $2,031,431.
Do you mind if we interrupt? Vice President Berenger has a...
In order to keep this brief, but I didn't attend the Finance Committee meeting, but I do believe that the Finance Committee very recently gave the request to the general manager to come up with the things that you had to remove in order to make a balanced budget, because they can now look at those things. And I think that's why we don't have a copy of this at the moment.
Yes.
I'm not trying to make an excuse, but this is good visibility, and I think that's why the general manager wanted to see this before we got to the rate study, because without rates, this is the draconian things we need to handle. And maybe Mr. Pearson can comment on that.
Director Pearson?
Yeah, the Finance Committee requested this information, plus also some other information to update the budget, okay, of the staff. We also asked for kind of a narrative that would give us an idea as to, okay, what are you asking for in the budget and why are you asking for it, okay? So that we could then make a good decision at the Finance Committee level as to whether the budget should be approved or not as it was written, and we would bring that back in June to the board and allow the board, full board, to take a quick look at it and then go ahead and pass or not. I think the Finance Committee has done an excellent job of making a good request to the staff to bring back at our June 14th meeting to go over that in more depth and much more succinctly so that we can make a good decision at that level. And I think the staff is well on its way by breaking out these numbers and stuff for us. I'd also like to say that I don't think the Vector truck is going to be bought outright for $400,000. I think it's probably going to be financed. But those are the kind of things that we will discuss and perhaps bring back to the full board after our meeting in June.
Madam President, if we could.
Mr. Gruber.
So those were the adjustments to balance the budget, and then staff has a presentation on the budget, because we need to go over that too. If we could present that, and then if there's any questions, that might be helpful.
I'd like to, because this is kind of part of the context for the rates, which is why we rearranged it. I don't feel comfortable even weighing in on some of the policy implications of this draft. But I don't want to leave today without giving some sense of the full board, because the committee itself shouldn't be, asking for things that that a board majority doesn't see as necessary. One of the things that is a little bit alarming to me is that the expenditures in 2016-17 were 8.7 million, and for 18-19, which is only 2 years, we're looking at 11.9. That's like a little over 3 million, enough over 3 million to buy a Tesla at least. So, that's a significant change in the expenditures without an org chart here. So I don't even know how many positions are in those personnel. I don't need to have what each person's making, but it would be nice to at least know how many people there are that are and how many positions are filled or not filled, because I think that's part of one of the things that a former board member of this board once told me when I first got onto this board in 2012. I think he must have said 2013 he told me this. He said, one of the things I regret was when I was first on the board not looking more closely at the budget and the implications of that budget on policy and the way that the district's being run. So I think that it's incumbent upon both the Finance Committee and this board to really pay close attention here. What I want to make sure that we have is we have agreement from the board, whether it's a formal motion or more of a consensus about how we go forward, both with the balanced budget issue, if that's something that you want the Finance Committee to kind of hash through and determine if having that balanced budget should be a higher priority than some of the other things we're trying to accomplish, and then the issue of having a an interim budget or a temporary budget that would then be finalized at the end of August. Those are the two questions that I would like to have the board weigh in on, so that we have a clear direction.
If you don't mind, Madam President, since I'm not on the Finance Committee, and we do have two people that are, I would add a majority point that are for today. I've read the budget, and I don't want to go through a budget that either needs us to go to an unbalanced budget and use reserves in order to get the critical things done or not. So I think the Finance Committee has excellent talent on the board of the committee, and has good input from the public. So rather than going through the budget at this moment, I would like to delegate that to a meeting in June after the Finance Committee has had an opportunity to review it. So that would be my, if you're looking for a majority of the board, that would, and if you're in agreement there, that would move things forward. But I'm interested in other people's comments.
Yeah,
also.
I want to make sure that we get everybody's take on this. Director Wharton?
Yeah, we formed the committees and we've tasked them with these issues. I think they should get a chance to look at it and report back to us.
Director Farmer?
It sounds like to me what you're saying is, instead of like really addressing maybe a number of issues that each of us as directors would have at this moment in time regarding the budget, that we examine these more closely at the next standing Finance Committee and then come back?
I think what I would like to hear from directors who are not on the Finance Committee, what those big policy issues are regarding finance, so that you can have input as we're having the discussion at the committee level.
Well, I know personally, there are a variety of items, they're not huge ones in the scheme of things, but little ones add up. And, there are various questions that I have with regard to various costs that are in the budget, and seeing if there's not somewhere where these can be reduced somewhat, as opposed to where they stand right now.
If you could list your concerns, because what we'll have back is another draft, and so we don't want to miss any of the larger concerns that you have regarding spending.
I don't know, because if no one else is going to do this, I'm going to feel a little bit reluctant to just get out there and be the only person that points out where I feel some adjustments could be made with regard to costs out there, with administration, with the fire department, that type of thing. If no one else is going to pursue that, I just as soon do it at the next finance meeting and have a discussion there.
Well, but you wouldn't be able to participate in a Finance Committee meeting because of the Brown Act, and it being a committee meeting, that's not an appropriate, so this is the appropriate time to do that.
Okay. If I could, I know this is going to sound really strange, but if I could request of Director Pearson, if he could go turn on the light that he turned off so I can see my papers a little better. Thank you.
And Director Farmer, if
Thank
you
you,
could
David.
reference the page, so that would be helpful.
I'll-
And then, I don't know if you want to do each one individually, might be helpful, instead of us going back.
That's what I will do, is I go through, I'll mention each page.
That's great,
Okay.
thank you.
Not a problem. First, and this is kind of a minor thing,
Hope I can answer the question.
it's kind of a minor item, but just on where the budget summaries, it says, a 5-year projection, but it's actually only like a 2-year summary, 2015 through 2017, and then what perhaps has happened this past year, since this fiscal year isn't over yet, and then what's projected into the next year. That's a minor thing, but it's not really a 5-year summary and projection. I mean, that's just my humble opinion, and adding, well, that's a minor thing.
Can we address? I'm sorry.
Just on process, is it okay if they answer them as we go, or do you want to raise all of them and then
Thank
have
you.
them
Sure,
answered?
that's fine, because
Okay,
there's no
I just
way
want to
remember.
make sure that we're
that would be
doing
helpful,
it the
because
better way.
I want to make sure
Thank
that
you.
we're
Okay,
answering.
so one at a time, you, and then we'll get a response if there is one, all right?
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure we're answering the question properly. I want you to, I want the board to understand our answers and not just say, okay, and because if you have additional follow-up questions to this one particular item, I want the board to feel comfortable in the answers we're providing. If we don't have the answers, we'll obviously get back to you.
Okay, Director Farmer, this particular format, you're right, I do make reference to a 5-year numbers, and you're correct. It does show the actuals for the last couple of years, the current budget, which I could refer to as year 3. I still count it as a year, and then because it's a different column, which is estimated, but you're right, they're really both same fiscal year. Okay, and then the 19 is a different fiscal year. So technically, you're right. It's really a 4-year, not a 5-year. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. It's just something that caught my eye, and I just wanted to follow up on it. Thank you, Rudy. So I do want to mention, like on page 271, this is a minor item before I get to expenses, but where it says Water Sustainability Facility Fund.
Okay.
That's the first time, and there's been a number of terms that are used for the water facility, but this is the first time I've seen, I believe, Water Sustainability Facility. And so I just wish that we could finally, how could we say it, take one term to define this facility and stick with it, because there's about 4 of them in this particular budget, and so I just wanted to say that. So
this should read sustainable water facility. It's dyslexia on our part, so that's what it should read.
Happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so going to page 276, and I believe this is under the report for the fire department, and I know the chief is. I believe the chief is here. The chief is not here.
The chief was here. Bob was here.
That's interesting because the chief's almost always here. For the entire.
Yeah, Bob.
Oh, he got called out. Well, then this is kind of embarrassing. I feel a bit ambivalent about
Go ahead, Director Farmer. Maybe I can answer. Hopefully, I can answer the question. Page 276, correct?
276. That's
okay.
Correct. I guess I was concerned about, and I know that overtime and fire department are often seen in the same sentence, but it just seems to me that we're trying to find a way to reduce costs, reduce expenses here with regard to the budget, with regard to how things are at the district, and I just see that the amount, and I don't know how much the amount is going to be for this coming year, but I'm looking back at like the actual expense for the previous fiscal year was $187,000. Now we only have an estimate for so far this year, and then a proposed one for the next fiscal year. But I'm just wondering if there's a way, even if we just reduce it like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 or something like that. That's just that's a small amount in the overall scheme of things. But considering how much overtime is being accrued here, I'm wondering if the chief can respond to that. And also on I'll just let him respond to that one first, and then I'll go to the next page.
Yes, sir. I was outside giving somebody a hand, but I do understand if I caught it on the tail end, you had a question about the overtime and what the current cost was. Is that correct?
That's right, and how it just seems to increase. And
okay, so I can address that to a certain extent, and I don't have numbers in front of me, but I could give you the best description that I have. I sent our financial manager a email about this a number of months ago because it does show that we are quite a bit higher than they were last year. However, a large portion of that is because we paid a lot of our people overtime to go and help out at the other fires. So the Rye Fire, the Thomas Fire, what happened down in Montecito, all of that time was reimbursed. And so even though it shows it as an increase to overtime, which it is, all of that, there's probably at least $50,000, if not more, should be shown as income, and if you take that and deduct that from the overtime expense, we're almost at the exact same number and percentage as we have been the last couple of years. So it does statistically show that there's an increase, but where the budget is developed with MOU agreed time off, which is in regards to vacation time and holiday time and that stuff that's through their IAFF, through the union, through the SEIU. That is all coordinated and developed into the budget. And so when you take a fire captain off of the fire line for vacation time, you have to put a fire captain back on there. And so that's where that overtime, and that's calculated out, and that's why that expenditure is able to be fairly consistent over the last number of years. The increase this last year was primarily due to all of the mutual aid and auto aid stuff that they did with surrounding agencies by need within the state. And if you're able to specifically allocate the money that came in as reimbursements to offset those costs, you would show that they're almost equal to where they were.
So, well, thank you, Chief. Thank you, and I appreciate that answer. And it's hard to argue with going off to fight all these major fires that are going on all around us.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And just be grateful it isn't happening here, of course. So, I guess with following up with the increase in employee travel and training and seminars, I imagine part of that travel is factored into what you just said.
Part of it is factored in, but there's also, you'll notice a line item, I believe it is 6220E, and now you're testing my memory capabilities as to whether or not I'm actually right, but I'm pretty sure it is. That's a line item budget for request for travel and expenses and training for personnel, and that's something that is every year.
Right.
We're actually going to come in a little bit under budget this year. I'm requesting that the same amount be put in regards to the proposal for this next year, because based on where these classes are available for their personal development and expertise in their professions, whether it's water rescue, rope rescue, officer training, whatever it may be, they're almost never held here. They're almost held somewhere else. And so there's travel expense, hotel, and then registration. However, we do take advantage of everything here locally we can. For instance, there is a live fire WUI drill, Wildland Urban Interface, that's going to be occurring at Camp Roberts later this month. Well, we can now I think we're sending either 7 or 8 of our people to do that. That's a live fire drill. They get very hands-on experience, and it's going to cost you time and effort for them to be there, but we don't have to spend extra money to send them to UKIPA to take that class, if that makes sense. There's a number of classes that were offered over the last couple of months in regards to officer training and development of their management skills. Those were held locally. It's every single class that happens there, we're saving well over $1,000 in regards to travel expenses. So everything, we're trying to transfer the focus of the training and personal development as local as possible to save that money and to save that cost to the district. Sometimes those classes are not available, and we have to send them out. But that's why you see that the training budget and the expenses for this fiscal year, 17-18, are actually going to come in lower than anticipated, but not knowing what classes are going to be there for the next year, that's why the same amount was put in, and we're happily going to be able to turn some of that money back into the general fund this year.
Okay, Chief, I appreciate that. I know you're very bright. I knew you'd have an answer for anything that I would ask, and it would make it look like, well, Harry, you didn't need to ask that question. So if I could just ask you one more.
Please do.
With regard to items 6080M, it's professional services miscellaneous, and I'm noticing, that amount is going up. Although it's hard to tell because it just made a rapid increase from the fiscal year, 15-16 to 16-17. It's hard to tell what it's going to be now. Just what is that?
I can comment. You want to comment?
You're going to have to actually
I can comment on that.
To the GM on that one.
We put $25,000 in for a forester. And that's something that the board's going to have to decide from a policy standpoint. Obviously, it's not going to cover a full-time forester, but I think we all agree that there is a real need within the forest, and that may be a good starting point for us. And hopefully, we can get some matching funds, and ultimately, our goal should probably be to have a full-time person out there. But I think it's a real good. I think it's a real good apologize for not identifying that funding source. But you're right, Director Farmer, it has gone up significantly, and we hope that we can maybe get somebody in here that is retired or has a vested interest in the community that would just love to serve in that capacity. So.
Well, I would imagine folks from the Forest Committee, the Swartzes are here, they could probably comment on that a little bit later if they wish to. So if I could continue on, and if I'm taking too much time here, people let me know, all right?
No, I can.
Okay, so moving on with regard to facilities and resources.
What page, Director Farmer?
Excuse me, that's page 280.
Thank you.
So I'm looking here at number 6033G under services and supplies with regard to grounds. And obviously the amount is going up, and the anticipated proposed amount for this coming fiscal year is like $60,000.
Yes.
And so obviously we just had the so-called park area, community park area updated. Right now it appears to me to be a dog park and a parking lot. So I'm curious as to that expense of $60,000, and if I could also mention the fact that the same 6033R, there's also one a little bit further on in prose, that same number for $20,000. So I don't know why they're in two different places, but $80,000 for maintenance and repairs on the grounds. I'm wondering why that amount is needed.
So the first one, Director Farmer, which is 6033G, maintenance and repairs grounds. The fire chief really takes the weed abatement and the fire breaks very seriously. And there is a large area within the Fern Canyon area that's been identified. Now, Chief wanted to do a much more aggressive fire break through that area. However, I think that we need to be sensitive to that. I don't necessarily know that it's an issue, but it's an environmentally sensitive area. So what we did is Fire Chief, myself, and Carlos met with. We all met and we discussed it, and we believe that a $40,000 additional work would be just a really good start to start addressing some of those concerns in the Fern Canyon area, based on Chief's recommendation. Now, Chief wanted a much more aggressive clearing, if you will, but we also have to be, we have to work with the Forest Committee. We need to work with, the fire chief and Carlos, and just make sure that everybody in FFRP, just bring them on board, even though that isn't part of the ranch, I don't believe, but I think that just make sure everybody's on the same page. I didn't want to, since it is CCSD owned property, I didn't want to just turn a blind eye to it. I thought we could allocate some additional monies. Now the 6033R M&R Ranch, now you're absolutely right. We have the dog park there. We have the East Ranch now. But if you recall, and I believe the board supported this, is they supported the PRO's goals, and one of those was to move forward with development, if you will, I'll use that word loosely, or improvements to that field out there. We know that we have to bring it to the next level of whatever that may be. And so we allocated some money in for that also. So that's that area there, whatever that may be, whether it's it can continue to be a passive field or so. This is just consistent with, and that's why it's consistent with the goals of the pros. So hopefully we can make some improvements over there. Hope that answered your questions.
I know it's going to sound like I'm being maybe picky, but when I see, these little amounts that, are going up, so to speak, then I think about the need for a Vector truck for water and wastewater that's kind of been pushed aside, and they just kind of duct tape and use baling wire to keep that together. And we have these other expenses that don't seem to me to be, quite as necessary, but I'll just move on.
Can I make a quick comment?
If you don't mind, I have a couple comments too, Vice President Merrick.
One of the comments is that it doesn't matter because the water and wastewater funds have to stand among their own. And I don't want to lead to the impression that if we could save $40,000 on the park, that we could spend any of those dollars on water and wastewater. They have to be standalone funds by law. So, but I agree with your initial approach, trying to save money as you can. But if we save some money in the fire department, it cannot go to a Vector truck.
Yeah, I realize that I know that I'm incorrect in making this. It's just, I guess, a sense of frustration that I have more than anything.
You know that you and I are both frustrated.
Yeah.
And on the issue of the park, my impression in my memory, because I haven't watched it recently, was the discussion about not dropping the park entirely had to do with building community support and trying to find possible funding sources, not actually doing development this next year. I mean, can I get a wahoo if that seems
I think
like
that was
what we were having
That's
as the
correct.
discussion with the pros?
Yeah, and what,
Wasn't that we were going to all of a sudden put a bunch of money and develop it, that we were going to build the community support and look for ways to fund it
and
before
these dollars can also be used for the remediation and removal of trees. But this is an important exercise, and I appreciate it, Director Farmer, because 10,000 here and 10,000 here, and just as a point of clarification, these are general fund monies. You can do two things with general fund monies towards the enterprise funds. You can't do it the other way around. You can't spend water and wastewater funds for general fund purposes. So say if you were to go through this and you were to take out $10,000 here and $10,000 here, Director Behringer is right about, well, we never planned on purchasing the Vector truck. We would finance that. We don't want to spend over $400,000 of our net worth, if you will, on purchasing something when we can do a debt service over a 10-year period of time. So just something to think about as you have these general fund accounts, fire, facilities and resources, you save 10 here, 10 there, and 10 there, at the end of this exercise, you may direct staff to say, I'm just hypothetically, Jerry, I want you to come back with reductions enough to be able to fund a Vector truck. Now, there's two ways it could be a transfer or it could be a loan. If you recall the $400 and something thousand that we passed over to the wastewater treatment plant, technically that was a transfer. We never derived any loan agreements or anything like that. So if that's ever to happen again, we would want to make sure that we put language in a resolution that would specifically indicate that it is a loan, a payment plan back with the appropriate levels of interest. Now, I think what Director Behringer has concerns about is we keep doing this. And the water and wastewater enterprise funds, which Alex will be talking about, really need to support themselves. Now, parks and facilities and resources is a completely different subject that I've touched on many times. We have a 500-acre park out there, beautiful, but we don't have a funding mechanism for it. We're using general fund money to do it. So these are all good conversations, but what you just mentioned on two light items could represent $20,000 or $30,000, just depending on how the board wants to spend these funds.
And that's where a narrative would help to talk about what those big changes are in the amount of money that you want to allocate certain ways. And I do see still in the financials, if you go to the staff reports, we're showing that $466,000 as an interfund loan. And we just haven't set up what the mechanism is or how quickly we'd be able to pay it back. And Alex may be able to address this in the rates, in his rates presentation, but I believe that we did set it up, that we would be doing it as a loan so that it would be paid. Is that?
As part of the rate study, yes, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So it's not in there right now, partially because we don't have the rate study in there right now. So there's one way we could be kind of Thank you. And those policy issues are important. I mean, if we're gonna stick $100,000 to take care of the forest, and part of that's to pay partially for a forest manager, and part of it's to do the actual work, let's bring that forward so the board can go, wahoo, let's do it. Let's make a point of saying those kinds of things if we're gonna do those, take a new direction or a program that the district would like to undertake that it isn't doing already. Thank you. Your turn.
Yeah, my apologies for just asking these questions here, but I just want to move on. I'm going to eliminate some of what I had here, but I do want to move on to the administration department and ask some questions there. On page, I think it's on page 283. And I'm looking at under numbers 50, 40, and 50, 50, sick pay, vacation pay, holiday pay. These numbers are all like drastically up, like about 20% from the previous fiscal year. They're now over $100,000. And I'm just wondering why that is. And who?
They're zeros. They shouldn't be zeros.
No, can I respond to that question?
I'm looking at, the second column over and then the fourth column over. And the second column over is the actual expenditure for 2016, 2017. And then the fourth one over is the estimated.
Correct.
And like I say, there's a difference there of $20,000, and it's now over $100,000 for that. I'm just curious. It seems like a big increase.
Yeah, let me respond to this, Director. Is that the way the budget was put together in 17-18? Okay, there was no budget set aside for sick leave and vacation separately.
I understand that.
Yeah. So what's happening is when it's being processed, it's hitting those accounts. In reality, they should really hit the first line item, salary and wages. Okay, that's what really should happen. Okay, that's why you'll note for the 18-19, there's nothing budgeted for sick leave and holiday pay, because it's all part of the 5,000 account, what it should be in the first place. So that's my answer to that. And a lot of it depends on the holiday pay, is how much holidays go on the year, and how much sick leave. It depends how much sick leave, vacation, and that will fluctuate year by year. So the more vacation and sick leave that happens, the number's going to go higher, okay? But the bottom line is not going to change, because we budget their salaries at this dollar figure. Okay, so that's not going to change. It's just more of, I mentioned when I got here, transparency, and it's really not, for the 18-19 report, when you get them, you're not going to see a sick leave, vacation line items. It's just going to show salary and benefits, salaries line item.
I don't know if that answered your question. Or just thoroughly confused everybody.
No, to some degree it did.
Okay.
And so I just want to move on to page 296 and the water thank you, Rudy, by the way.
Thank you, Rudy.
Water Sustainability Facility Fund, page 296. I'm looking down here under total personnel services, under 6080K, district council.
This is sorry, 6080K, Director Farmer,
Correct.
Professional Services District Council.
6080K, and this is no reflection on our district council. I'm just looking at the costs for district council with regard to the water facility, and it's obviously gone up quite a bit from the previous year. It's obviously one of the things that I've been concerned about since I've been on the board, is how much this facility is costing the ratepayers of this community. And so it just kind of alarmed me to see that drastic increase. Like I said, with regard to the needs of the district council to address whatever it is that's going on with our water facility.
Would you like a brief explanation, perhaps?
Yeah, that'd be cool, thanks.
As you'll recall, last year we had a variety of issues with the regional board with regard to the facility that required my attention, including attendance at several regional board meetings, many individual meetings with regional board staff, and that caused the dramatic increase in cost. Hopefully that won't be repeated this year.
No, I'm sure we'll find somewhere else where we'll need your assistance. But thanks for clarifying that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I know there's another item, lab testing. Where it's interesting that the estimated lab testing for the coming fiscal year is $110,000. I think last year it was probably, I know this last fiscal year we spent $40,000 just on radium testing. So we were hoping that would actually be reduced by the regional board, the demands on lab testing. But seeing that we have this number here, hopefully that will be incorrect.
We're hoping, we did meet with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we were given some assurances by Mr. Rocky that through the administrative process, he would help us, giving us some relief on these testings, which I find very encouraging. So we agree, and that's the first step, and that's the first step.
Yeah. I just have, I think, just a couple more items I want to comment on, and I neglected to, if we could just go back, just go back one page there to 295, I think it is, and the pie chart, where in the pie chart, it says, as we can see, the biggest number there is debt service.
Correct.
But it says administrative costs, 0. Now, when I look at administration, and that's like the people in the office, it's Jerry, it's Monique, it's Bob, and when I think of the amount of time that you folks spend on this facility, especially Bob, but everyone, I'm just wondering, and I'm sure Rudy will give me, a really clear answer.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll wonder why I asked the question. But how could it be that administrative costs on the operating fund of this facility is 0 when we as a district spend so much time and energy in the office on this facility?
Here's my response, Director Farmer, is that you're correct. There are costs. I want to believe it's like $357,000, but those costs are added with the water operating fund. You may recall, if you look at it, it's $909,000. Well, that includes both the SWF and the water operating fund. Those two equal the $909,000. It's not, there is cost, but they're shown part of the water operating fund.
It seems a little confusing or
Let me maybe I can
deceiving,
help.
if nothing else,
It's a very good question. So our cost associated from a labor standpoint is distributed through the water department personnel cost as a cost allocation for the operation of that system. So since we don't generate any revenue in admin, the money kind of trickles down to us, and through a cost allocation process, it's essentially redistributed. The cost of my salary, Bob's salary, a portion of it is distributed equally, or not equally, distributed based on the amount of time we spend. So you'll see that cost associated with that in the water budget on the SWF. So that's why it's 0 for admin. I don't know if that makes sense. I probably just...
I'm sure in the financial world it makes sense. It just didn't make sense to me looking at that. So I'll just ask one other item here. On page page 299, under services and supplies. And I could probably ask about all three of these, but I'd just like to ask about number 6900, future mitigation measures, just under $360,000. What is that?
Bob, will you do that one? You don't mind?
That's actually one of the questions I have, and I don't think we should be putting that amount into the budget as authorization to spend. I think that's mitigation money that should be set aside for future use in future years when we need to, which is what we've been doing with the million. I don't want to authorize any remaining leftover that's in that mitigation fund, frankly, and I would hope that there's agreement on that.
We agree with you. Staff agrees with you. Matter of
Does
fact,
the board agree, though? That's the more important part right now.
We want to further define what that money should specifically be used for.
Yes.
So, absolutely. Bob?
Yes, I think the way we showed Fund 40 in the past is we showed a revenue at the top that had that original $733,000 amount reduced by whatever we had lined out here as an expense. And these are our best estimates for 6170, which may be a bit high for the year going forward, but we put in $250,000 if we had to modify that facility and buy our own tanks and so forth. And then the future mitigation measures was just a difference between that 733 and what had been lined out. So I suppose we could show that differently and have a revenue line. I'm not real clear on what our preference is going forward, but the Section 7 ESA consultation, 6910, that's going to be part of our staff report 6B presentation. So.
Right. So that's something I think that the Finance Committee will be taking a look at to ensure that we've got that mitigation fund set aside still.
Director Farmer, does that answer your question? So again, this SWF, Sustainable Water Facility, off-hauling facility of the RO, we are working with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we're hopeful that we can use our existing configuration out there. But that's based on, Bob, what are we, 3 months of operation on hauling it to South County, these figures, or?
Well, our goal is to be able to go run it at September 1st if need be. And we do have an interim approach that's going to be a lot less expensive for that. So we're looking at just extending the lease on the 2 Baker tanks that are out there to the end of the year and putting a submersible pump or something inside one of the tanks and keeping it real simple and see how this year goes before we commit to something more elaborate in the latter half of that fiscal year.
Was that your questions for now?
That'll do it. And my apologies to the folks from Bartles and Wells that they had to hang around for a little bit longer to go through this. Thank you.
We still have some public comment.
Oh, yeah, we do have public comment. I wanted to thank Director Farmer for looking at those things and getting answers to that. It makes me feel more comfortable that we'll delegate that authority to the Finance Committee, and I think that's good input.
And that those concerns won't go somehow out of nowhere. They will be.
Yeah, into the ethers.
Especially if the finance manager is comfortable with his presentation being only 53 minutes and 2 seconds. We'll do some public comment and go from there.
All right. Did you have anything else? Okay, let's take the public comment. And Director Pearson, would you just note down anything that somebody brings up that would seem like we need to address as the Finance Committee?
I'm taking copious notes.
Okay.
And I have all the questions lined in here with an H next to them, meaning help. No, but I've captured between Director Pearson and myself. We'll bring all these forward to the Finance Committee.
Okay. I will feel more comfortable as a member of the Finance Committee knowing that we're taking care of concerns at the board level, but also following the direction the board wants to go. Cindy Steidel, followed by Tina Dickinson. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Is the red light on?
We have ignition. We have ignition. And my purpose in talking today was to voice an opinion as to a need for critical thinking. I was looking forward today to hear the base of reference and requirements that define the recommendations for the rate increases in the budget. I know action has to be taken, but I don't know if there are ranges or options that have been identified or used for the decision making. Until I can understand those, I am personally not in a position to make a decision. What I do know right now is that half-truths and truths out of context are powerful disinformation and destabilization tools. I offer that as a community, we need to apply some serious critical thinking. These are complex and interdependent problems, not addressed with a one-word attitude. In the big picture, we are again at a crucial point because our community has not had the political will to make hard decisions. As our community listens and participates today, I ask all of you to use critical thinking and challenge your own assessments of what you are hearing. Is information used for your own decision making fact-based, or is it shaped by some of these defined methods? The first, hyperbole. Exaggeration used to draw a more shocked or invested emotional reaction than a straightforward statement would solicit. Obfuscation. Phrasing used to confuse an audience into drawing faulty, yet desirable to the speaker, conclusions. Jargon. Technical terms not commonly understood by the general public, but used with a specific group sharing a common field of interest. A speaker or writer may use jargon to make information sound especially important, highlight their credibility or superiority, emphasize an audience's lack of knowledge on a subject, or muddle an audience's understanding of what issues are being discussed. Allusion. References to well-known events used to trigger the memory of emotions or concerns. Frankly, I feel we all need to pull up our big kids' pants this afternoon and listen with insight of critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tina Dickinson, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Welcome.
Tina Dickinson. Well, no matter what any of us may think, we all have a First Amendment right, and to speak and with respect and with a level of intelligence, I would hope. But that's up to the individual, not to be told by another member of the community. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so in addressing this agenda item, first of all, to me, if I were looking at a budget for a business or for home, it would be, what are the priorities? What are the absolute necessities? And what are the excesses that we can remove? What are those items that are really not needed when you're at a critical stage, or you're faced with issues that are critical financially? And I look back to when the board was considering buying the old library and remodeling it, and to me that was not well thought out. Thank goodness that never happened. Otherwise, I hate to think right now what kind of a bigger mess we'd be in. So I would say that the meeting for the Finance Committee on June 14th is very important going forward, that they are critical to how you then arrive at the budget. Finally, that this is the draft and you're looking at it, and I think it has some real problems, and I think Director Farmer raised some excellent issues. I think many people looking at this pie chart on the I'm going to call it the EWS, sorry, I refuse to call it anything else. But the administrative cost to be shown at zero in that pie chart doesn't make sense. I thought we had a separate fund for the EWS, I will say, but you refer to as SWF. That should all be, I would think, incorporated into this pie chart, and it should be a slice of that, not from the water fund, but that these funds that have been separated out, that part of it needs to be separated out too, because it really, when you look at this, you're not grasping that as an individual, maybe a board member, even obviously Director Farmer had an issue with that maybe some of you, the others of you, if you're not really spoken on it yet, but that's a real problem. So again, it's about priorities, it's about cutting where there are non-essential, but where they're essential, where I see there were cuts, really troubles me. So I would hope that, you would look at this, maybe take some more time on it, let the Finance Committee do their work and have a meeting and see what they come up with. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Mary Webb.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria, and I had not intended to speak on this. I was going simply to forward my questions to Mr. Gruber, and he could forward them to the Standing Committee on Finance as appropriate, although now I'm a bit confused. But I want to say that the Standing Committee on Finance and their deliberations were excellent. At their meeting that I heard on recording, we have people with considerable expertise who ask pertinent questions, and I really appreciate their work on the Finance Committee. But I want to say that I have several times asked the Board of Directors why there is no line 6200 for the emergency water supply project. Now, fortunately, Director Farmer has just raised this. And now Ms. Dickinson raises it. But I want to say something about it specifically and perhaps repeat what was said by somebody else. The budget should show the public the way that the staff spends its time on particular projects. I do not know how many minutes or hours the administration spends on the emergency water supply project. There's no way I can find out in this budget. It's completely hidden under the guise of subsuming it in the water fund monies. Now, I have asked the board to explain this to me. I have asked the administration to explain it to me, and all I've gotten is, we put it over there in water. That's an inadequate explanation because I want to know why. Why do you hide it in water? And it's hidden. It's not simply, we put it there. It is hiding a huge issue for this town on the amount of time we pay people for to work on that plant, and we don't know how much time it is. We have no idea. I spent 4 years digging up potatoes, and I got half a bushel. Do you think that was good? I got paid $5,000 for it. Was that a fair payment? How in the world would we know? Because we don't know how many hours were spent. So please, friends, if you don't want to answer a question that I submit in writing, including the ones I will submit on the rates, please simply say, Elizabeth, we choose not to answer your questions. And then I'd understand where the silence comes from. But until you say that, I'm going to keep bugging you, and I might just change my mind in this meeting and send questions directly to the excellent Standing Committee on Finance.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Webb.
Mary Webb, sorry, my notes are not very good. This was really a long budget, a long agenda item. It was really hard to read everything. On the budget itself, it would be really great if you could keep the header rows from page to page so that you don't have to go from page to page and figure out what is in each column. I kept having to flip back and forth. It was hard to really understand what you're looking at. I wanted to remind the board and the general manager, and of course legal counsel knows, all of Cambria is ESHA. The entire community of Cambria is in ESHA. You can't just start cutting trees out of Fern Canyon. Fern Canyon is not a part of the Fiscalini Ranch. The CSD took those lots from the Slow Land Conservancy. It's a conservation area. So you don't wildfire abate it like you would for other properties because it's conserved land. And I want you to make sure that you're going to be treating Fern Canyon as a higher ESHA than even other ESHA that's in our town. You don't need to develop the ranch. We don't need to be spending money to develop the ranch. Like I agree with the other speakers. We really need to look at what the budget is and what we can afford to spend. I'm glad, I think someone corrected Director Behringer, the general fund money can go anywhere. It's the water and wastewater fee money that goes into water and wastewater cannot be spent outside of water and wastewater, but all monies that we bring in can be put into water and wastewater. We are a water and wastewater district, for crying out loud. All of the money that we're receiving should be going to water and wastewater and not all this other stuff. The $909,000 for administrative, absolutely. The fees need to go to it's not an SWF, it is an EWS. The budget for the EWS should be combined with whatever you're calling the SWF now to show what the water project is actually costing the community in expense. The future mitigation money, Fund 40, $358,000 is the very minimum you're going to need. We're going to need more than a Section 7. What's in this agenda today is not even saying that we need formal Section 7 consultation. They're saying maybe we need informal Section 7 consultation. We're going to need formal section consultation as well as a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers 404 permit, a Regional Water Quality Control Board 401 permit, a California Department of Fish and Wildlife Lake and Streambed Alteration 1602 permit, and possibly a Clean Water Act permit. And that is what we told you in 2014. Do not go down this road. And you did it anyway. And now we're going to go after all the permits, which are going to cost us way more than $1 million that you only had budgeted in 2014. You don't have the $1 million left anymore, and she's going to cost a whole lot more than $95 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I want to ask a question that was raised by a member of the. Is there anybody else that wanted to speak? I don't have any other slips. Okay. I'm looking at page 296. There are salaries and wages here that I'm pretty sure don't represent a full staff person. So if that's not an actual personnel, shouldn't that essentially be coming or going as allocated overhead if we don't have somebody that's specifically in Fund 39 an employee? Microphone.
Yeah, Fund 39 is, I believe, 25% of the Chief Financial Office, what's that position? CPO. It's 25% of his salary, and I believe 25% of administrative technician salary. So that's a portion of their cost.
Okay, so that cost there isn't capturing any of the time or energy that's put in by the admin staff, whether it's the GM or the engineer. Okay. Thank you. That clarifies that. I think there's here's what I'd like to do going forward. If the staff has any questions of the board regarding direction, this would be a good time to ask. We can also do it at the Finance Committee. But I would like to get a sense of whether the board, I think there's good justification for getting a temporary budget passed in June, but then having the budget finalized after we find out what the outcome is of both the vote and any rate study that is put before the community. So I would like to get either general concurrence or an actual motion that we take that path forward where we would have is it called a temporary budget? No, it's not the right word. Preliminary budget, thank you. A preliminary budget that would be passed in June. And see, that's why I'm not staff. Preliminary budget passes in June, and then we would see in August a final budget for approval of the board. Is that okay with?
I would support that action.
Okay, so that gives a little bit of extra breathing room and also allows for us to find out what the results are for each of the two different questions we put before the community.
Does anybody object? If there's no objection, maybe we can move on.
I think that's, and this will be at the committee.
Okay.
On the, at the finance committee on the, also, does anybody have a sense of, because we did kind of hamstring the staff by forcing a balanced budget. Now, not doing that, I don't want to go into the red, but is there any sense of allowing for some flexibility on that?
We can always, whether you adopt it or whenever you want to adopt it, based on what rate increases are successful or not successful, we can always come back anytime. We usually historically do a mid-year. We can amend a budget anytime. There's no really any restrictions on that. So you could adopt a budget and based on additional revenues, we can always come back and Rudy and I will work on that and amend it for you.
Okay, but I think we got a sense we're going to do the preliminary budget. I think what we'll do regarding the budget balancing is we'll take that up at the finance committee level, and then the board, if the finance committee comes to some recommendation on the options for that, then we'll bring that back. Okay. Are there questions from staff that you don't feel are answered regarding this?
No, ma'am. I think you guys, board did a really good job on. We got clear direction.
Okay. I want to see the priorities in the org chart, What are the priorities? It's not clear.
Priorities as far as?
In general. Like, you got to set some priorities. You can't do everything.
Okay.
So, and we'll work some of those things out through the finance committee, I suspect.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to the next item, and I thank the Bartle Wells for.
May I introduce it, Madam President?
Yes.
This is 6A, and we apologize. Our color printer went on the blitz, so you guys have charts and graphs in black and white, which there's nothing more frustrating than black and white. So item 6A is receive and discuss sustainable water facility and sewer rate recommendations from Bartle Wells Associates and provide direction for moving forward with the Proposition 218 process to adopt proposed rate increases. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex and wanted to thank the Rate Study Committee and all the staff who worked on this. So thank you. And Alex has a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Very brief.
Shall I turn on the clock?
3 minutes. Yeah, that's right. Is there a clicker? Oh, here it is. Well, thank you. Nice to see everyone again. I will try to work through this pretty quickly. It's more of an overview. The detailed numbers were in the board packets that I think are also available online if people want to see the detailed numbers for the rate recommendations. But today I'm here to present the preliminary rate recommendations that we are proposing to move forward with the Prop 218 process. The board is not taking any official action to adopt the rates at this time, but we are looking for direction for what rates we want to go forward with in the Prop 218 notice. Doesn't mean you have to adopt those rates at the Prop 218 hearing. You can always adopt something less. You just cannot adopt anything more. So they kind of represent the maximums. Let me just whip through here. Just to start off, it seems like every community I work with, people think they pay the highest rates around. And occasionally, they're right, but not in this community. We know you've done some rate increases in recent years, but that's after a period of 20 plus years, virtually no rate increases. So here's where you stand next to the other regional coastal communities that are to your north and to the south. for a typical residential home. Here, water use is low in this community, particularly after the drought. People did a tremendous job cutting back on their water use, and that's why what we're using is a customer who uses 6 units on a bi-monthly basis, 300 cubic feet per month, and about 70% of your residential bills are at or below this level. You certainly have folks that use quite a bit more as well. Every community does. Moving on, just a quick background. I think this was just touched upon by Director Behringer a minute ago. Your water and sewer enterprises are self-supporting utilities. They aren't funded by property taxes or some outside sources. They've got to be funded by the rates, which are the major source of revenue. So it's the rates that are the underpinning of the financial and operational stewardship for your water and sewer enterprises. So you have to adopt rates at adequate levels over time to fund what you need to do. Sure, sometimes you can kick the can down the road for projects that don't need to be done that day, but eventually you're going to need to do them. And that's kind of what we're looking at with this rate study. A background on your current rates. The emergency water supply rates, or sustainable water facility rates, as I'm going to call them too, and I apologize if someone doesn't like the term I'm using, but that's kind of the term we've been using with staff. But those rates were initiated in 2014 before you built the water supply project. Why? Because you needed a funding stream in place to secure the financing for that project. So you adopted some preliminary rates based on preliminary cost estimates, and some things have come out better than planned, some things worse than planned, but you definitely need some rate increases there. Water and sewer rate increases, we were just here a few years ago with water and sewer rate increases. But again, those were the first major rate increases that you had done in 20 plus years. When we look historically back at what happened, there had been some small rate increases periodically since the 1990s through about 2015. However, they were less than inflation, so really, you had a significant rate decrease over the prior 20 years. What does that do to agencies? They start cutting back on capital funding. They defer, maintenance projects. They eventually start cutting back operations. So that's kind of the point where we found ourselves a few years ago. To make matters worse, you were hit with California's drought. This community was impacted more than many other agencies. You almost lost your water supply. You needed to do the emergency water supply project. So water sales plummeted over 40% at the time. People did a tremendous job cutting back. But these are some things that have affected your finances. That means people are buying less water than they used to also. So even though the rates went up, the usage went down. Some people were able to kind of offset there. So the last rates, why are we back here again just a few years later? Well, the last rate study wasn't designed to solve everything. I went back and reviewed the old notes, the old Prop 218 notice, and it was pretty clear they were the initial rate increases designed to restore basic financial stability and provide a small amount of money for some of the critical capital needs. So they were kind of the first step in the right direction. And with all rate studies, it's a balance of competing objectives. Would we have liked, from our perspective, to raise rates even higher? Sure, and that was talked about last time, but there was also always pressure. Hey, we want to keep rates as low as possible, yet we want to fund what we need. So it was kind of a middle good step in the right direction, and that's why we're back here today. The district took good steps in the right direction, but you're not there yet. The biggest shortfall that we see now is the infrastructure needs that this district is facing. You've got a lot of old infrastructure that was put in a long time ago. You're in a very harsh coastal climate. We work with other coastal agencies. The pump stations and things they put in there, the equipment, it doesn't last as long as it does in the desert, for example. You're also facing some operating needs to a lesser degree where you've been kind of short-staffed for the level of maintenance that's needed for your system. And here on the coast, you face some of the regulatory requirements that other agencies don't necessarily face. A lot of coastal agencies complain about that. So you're dealing with a few different things. What we try to do is phase in rate increases as gradual as we could over a few years to generate a prudent ongoing level of capital funding to address your ongoing infrastructure needs. Are you going to be able to do everything you need to do overnight? No, but these are going to be steps that gradually restore that funding for the capital, a funding stream for capital needs. So after 3 years, the goal is you have a sustainable level of capital funding to address the highest priority projects over time, and it will take time to get there. I'll move on to water rates. This I always think is an interesting chart. It shows the district's water sales going back to 2010-11 before the drought. And the water use goes up and down each bi-monthly period. Obviously, water use is higher in the summer, lower in the winter. But when the drought hit, this district was very much impacted. Not only did you declare the stage 3 emergency, you imposed some very strong rate penalties that initially were changed as the drought went on. But your customers responded tremendously. You already had pretty low water use, but it went down over 40% initially. And we can see for the last few years, it's averaged about a 38% decrease compared to where it was before the drought. So that's also taken a bite out of your revenues. After the drought was declared over and the penalties ended, this last year we see that water use has rebounded, not to where it was before, but a little bit from where it was in the past, and that's pretty common in what we're seeing with a lot of other communities up and down the state. The same chart shows it with a breakdown by the different types of users. The blue is the single-family use, and you could see that single-family use plummeted almost in half during the drought. So people did tremendous cutbacks here, and even though it's risen slightly, it's still a lot less than it used to be. In terms of your water finances, I think the water rates that were adopted last time sort of did what they were intended to do. They got your water enterprise back on basic financial footing. You're generating about $250,000 per year for capital needs based on current year budget. However, $250,000 is nowhere near enough to keep up with the infrastructure needs of your aging facilities. So yeah, you're funding something, but it's not enough to keep up. So you keep falling further and further behind is my understanding. And your district engineer can correct me if I'm misrepresenting that in any way, but there has been a lot of work done on a 10-year capital improvement program to look ahead and see what really should be done over the next 10 years. It totals about $6.2 million. That's in current dollars. There's going to be cost inflation there as well. So we're estimating the ongoing funding needs are about $700,000 per year. And it's not going to stop after 10 years because you've got a lot of old pipelines that are going to continue to need to be repaired, replaced, old pump stations. And it's not this district alone. This is the same story that we're seeing up and down California, where a lot of agencies had pipelines that have been in place for 50, 60 years. Sure, they're getting the maximum life out of them, but there's kind of a tidal wave of infrastructure replacements that are needed out there all throughout California, including here. Also, the water utility, due to the funding limitations, has historically been a little bit understaffed. Next slide. What we did to come up with the rate increases that we're proposing is we develop detailed cash flow projections that look forward to see what are the funding needs over the upcoming years. We use the current year budget. We escalate at 4% a year to account for cost escalation as a reasonable approximation. We phased in funding for new positions so they don't just start right out of the gate. They're phased in over the next year and a half for one additional water operator, a quarter of a utility manager, and there's also some staffing reallocations that are going to be hitting the water enterprise a little bit as well. We did not assume any change in customer base or any change in water sales. Obviously, if water sales spike in future years and you get more revenues, maybe you don't need to implement the future rate increases to the extent that we're proposing, but that's a guessing game at this stage, and we may hit another drought and water sales could go down as well. So the rates we're recommending are designed to support adequate operating and phase in funding for an adequate level of capital investments up to $700,000 per year, phasing in over the next 3 years. We're not getting there overnight. And this is what the proposed rates look like. We're not recommending any change in your water rate structure. We did that with the last rate study, went through all the cost allocations to align rates with cost of service. So what we're recommending is across the board rate increases. I'm just going to touch on numbers. I know it's a pile of numbers on a slide, aren't always easy to see. But your current, you charge bi-monthly. There's a current fixed charge, and customers pay a quantity charge based on their usage. The fixed charge is currently $26.52 for a bi-monthly billing period. That's about $13.26 per month. And we're proposing that would phase in over the next 3 years up to a charge of $19. if everything goes according to plan. Commercial customers pay fixed charges as well. The charges are higher for larger meter sizes who put more demand on the water system. And then you have water quantity charges. People pay for what they use. The residential customers have a three-tiered, moderately inclining rate structure. The commercial customers pay a uniform rate that's set to the middle tier of the residential rate. And right now the middle rate's $8.84 per 100 cubic feet, or CCF as it's sometimes written as an abbreviation. Nobody thinks in terms of 100 cubic feet. 100 cubic feet is about 748 gallons. So at the bottom, I just added in blue, the current rates work out to be $1.18 per 100 gallons. So 1.2 cents per gallon approximately. And those would phase in over the next 3 years as shown, and this is all in everyone's packets, and this is going to be, or whatever numbers the board decides, will be sent out to all the ratepayers and property owners so they can see these numbers as well. But would phase in over the next 4 years as shown, and I'll show you what the impacts of all this are in a minute. The second thing, the sustainable water facility rates. This is really kind of a component of your water enterprise, and I could understand, maybe the budgets aren't, every agency has to make some decisions how they break down their budget. And the administrative costs aren't allocated separately to the emergency water supply, sustainable water facility, whatever we want to call it here. But by the same token, you also aren't breaking down your admin costs between your sewer treatment and your sewer collection and things like that. It's all, for my mind, part of the water system. Background there, as I mentioned, the new rates were established in 2014. They were based on preliminary cost estimates for the facility and for just basic maintenance of that facility. There are 3 components to the rates. There's ongoing charges levied throughout the year. There's a fixed charge and a volumetric charges. Those were meant to recoup costs for debt service and very basic maintenance of that facility. Then there's a separate operating charge that was designed to kick in when that facility has to be put in use, that people would pay more for the additional operating costs. Well, that doesn't work as easily as it was anticipated, so we are recommending some changes for that. Updates for the sustainable water facility, emergency water supply. The district was successful in getting grant funding. I think over $4 million in grants was obtained, which is excellent. The debt service for funding the facility came in lower than anticipated, so those are 2 good things. But on the other side of the coin, the operating costs that had previously been estimated by the engineers was a lot less than what the district is finding it costs just to maintain that facility, even when you're not operating it. And you've got a bunch of regulatory requirements that are requiring higher levels of testing and analysis, et cetera, that weren't anticipated originally. And those rates weren't designed to really generate any capital funding. But due to the new kind of regulatory requirements that are coming from work with a regional board, you may have to start hauling the brine away down to the South County Wastewater District, and it's an expensive proposition to pay for the disposal of that brine as well. So that has to be factored in. And in order to do that, there need to be some infrastructure improvements done to facilities to facilitate that even happening in the first place, as well as some additional studies that need to be taken place. So the capital plan includes about $500,000 of critical funding over the next 2 years. There's no magical fund reserve sitting out this. The rates aren't going to generate $500,000 over a couple of years. So what we thought is the district very likely would need to do an interfund loan, could be from water even, and make sure that gets paid back over upcoming years. So again, we developed the financial projections based on the budget. We include a small increase for some additional staffing costs that are recognized as being needed for that facility. Potential, we built in this interfund loan repayment for this $500,000 of near-term capital needs that the funds just aren't there for. We included 2 months of operating costs of the brine hauling in our financial projections as well. Some years you may not need it. Some years you may need more. So this is, I think, with your sustainable water facility rates, more than the other rates, you're going to be having to reevaluate this in future years. And after the rates are at least initially increased, you may be able to defer future rate increases or maybe not, but you could evaluate that in future years. But one of the recommendations we have, in addition to the rate increases, is eliminating that temporary operating surcharge, because it's hard to put that on a bill. Sometimes you start operating mid-cycle. Sometimes you hold off operating for as long as you can in the peak summer months, and then you have to, kick in the facility in September after everyone's already went through the peak use season. So it's not a perfect method as was initially thought. So we're recommending that just gets rolled into the ongoing rates, and it's not a huge level of expenses compared to the ongoing expenses. So here are the proposed rates. Again, currently you charge residential customers $13 on a bi-monthly basis, so it's about $6.50 fixed charge per month. That would increase to $9.50, so about $3 per month over the next 3 years if everything's phased in as planned. The usage charges are according to 3 tiers. The more you use, the more you pay. The low users shouldn't be hit with the bulk of the costs for this emergency water facility that's there to meet your peak needs. But those would also phase in by the same percentages over the next few years, and those temporary operating surcharges would be eliminated. Sewer, I think, is in the worst shape of the 3 enterprises, believe it or not. Your sewer utility has no fund reserves. Your rates are not generating anything for capital needs. You've had to rely on funds borrowed from the general fund to the tune of over $400,000 in recent years just to fund some critical needs. Again, you've got a lot of old facilities there, and it's not just pipelines, pump stations. You've got an old treatment plant that's going to need substantial investment in upcoming years. Again, district engineer has done a good job really trying to identify and prioritize what are the capital needs out there, and the total is about approaching $10 million over the next 10 years. The good thing is, it's not you're at a critical stage where you have to do an overnight investment of $5 million to meet new regulatory requirements, like some other agencies we work for. A lot of these costs can be phased in over time. They need to get done, but you do have a little flexibility. So what we did is phase in funding for capital needs over the next 3 years to a tune of $800,000 per year, and then possibly going a little bit higher in future years. Similar to the water side, your sewer fund, according to the operators who work on it, it's a bit understaffed. You don't have enough folks out there doing the maintenance that's needed for an old system like yours. So we developed the financial projections. It includes phasing in funding for 2 new wastewater collection system operators over the next couple of years. There's half a utility manager that's added there, so it's half on the water side, half on the sewer. And there's some staffing reallocations, relatively small amounts that also have a little bit of an impact, but everything adds up. We included loan repayment to the general fund that was discussed earlier, $466,000 plus a little bit of interest being repaid. You can't start to repay it next year, but as rates are phased in over the next 3 years, you will have a funding stream to get the general fund repaid to the tune of about $100,000 per year in 5 years, starting in about 2 or 3 years down the line. And again, as I mentioned, the rates are designed to phase in funding for the operating needs, and very importantly, gradually phase in funding for $800,000 per year in capital needs. So the sewer rates right now, folks pay a bi-monthly fixed charge, $58 per month, so about bi-monthly $58, about $29 per month, a little less than $30. Plus they pay usage charges. The residential usage rate is $3.37 per 100 cubic feet. Again, a typical customer uses about 3 units per month, so that's about another $10. So typical customer is paying 30 plus 10 is less than $40 a month for sewer service. It's more than they used to pay, but I can tell you that's about half as much as a lot of other agencies we work with now, because a lot of agencies are having to rebuild their treatment plants and other facilities, and it's really driving up sewer rates all around the state. But these would increase significantly over the next 3 years from a monthly equivalent of $29 to almost $50. So not quite doubling over the next 3 years. Same with the volumetric charges. So significant increases. But again, to remind everyone, you go back 20 years from the early 90s to 2015 and your rates actually decreased, and people use less now than they used to, so their usage component has gone down for folks who have conserved. So all this is going to add up. There's no denying it places an additional financial burden on ratepayers. However, these are things that you're going to have to pay sooner or later to do these things. The less rate increases you do now, the more you're going to have to do later, and things are only going to get more expensive. The goal is to phase it in over the next 3 years to get you on a sustainable footpath for your operating and capital needs. After 3 years, things are looking a lot better in the projections. No one has a perfect crystal ball, but it looks like after you got things to a sustainable level, then it would be, small inflationary rate increases to make sure you don't go another 20 years with rates falling behind the cost of service. Here's what the impacts look like. In dollar terms, again, sorry to throw a bunch of numbers up there, but all the detail is in the packets that are online and in the board agenda packets. So at the top is water, the middle, sustainable water facility, emergency water supply, whatever folks want to call it, and the bottom, sewer. And you can see right now the monthly typical residential water bill, again, 70% of the residential bills are at or below this level of 6 units bi-monthly, 3 units per month. It's about $36 a month. That would rise to over $51 over the next 3 years. Sewer rates, sustainable water facility rates, currently equate to about $12.50 per the typical home. Those would rise to $18.41 over the next 3 years. And the sewer side, again, this is where I think a bigger impact is, going from about $39 to $67 over the next 3 years. Total, right now, typical home, again, this is not necessarily every month. We know folks use more water in the summer, less in the winter, is about $87.35 per month. Every agency I work with, I'll note, that has bi-monthly billing for water and sewer, people complain that it's a huge bill, and they feel they're paying more than their neighbors, but it turns out the neighbors may only charge monthly, or maybe they only charge for water and they collect sewer on the property tax rolls, things like that. But as we've shown, your rates are not out of line with the surrounding coastal communities. But the impacts, $87 would go up to $137 over the next 3 years. Yes, it's a big increase, but, it's not out of line with what a lot of other agencies are already charging, not just here, but all around the state. So this just shows, to put it in context, next year's rate increase. And this is a little bit unfair to show this graph, because I'm showing your next year rate against everyone else's current rate. And we know that many of these agencies are looking at rate increases that are equal to, or in some cases, far more substantial than what you are. Not all of them, but Morro Bay has already adopted almost 20% of water rate increases over the next 2 years, and they just came out with a new capital improvement program that may need more water rate increases. On their sewer side, they have to build a new treatment plant. That's over $100 million for a community of, 10,000 folks. So their sewer rates are going to need to go up substantially as well. Avila Beach here, they have been raising rates. They're in the middle of like a 5-year significant rate increase. They've got another 10% water rate increase and 25% sewer rate increase kicking in this upcoming July 1 for the new fiscal year. Los Osos, they've also adopted additional water rate increases, and everyone knows, I think, in this community what's happened with their sewer side, having to rebuild a new plant and all the things along with that. So our whole point was, yes, these are significant rate increases. We try to phase them in as gradually as we could. At the end of the day, even with the 3 years of rate increases, we think you're going to end up in the lower to middle range compared to some surrounding coastal communities. But it is, at the end of the day, a balance of competing objectives with these rates. Some key issues we were hoping to get input on from the board. What level of rate increases are we going to put in these Prop 218 notices, assuming we're moving forward? What would be the effective date of these rate increases? We assumed the first rate increase would go into effect September 1st of this upcoming fiscal year. A little bit delayed, then you'd get back onto a schedule of July 1 with rate increases kicking in at the beginning of subsequent fiscal years. The next question is, if we were to move ahead with the process at the board's direction, when would you hold the Prop 218 rate hearing? Because that's got to be noticed to all your customers as well. We were assuming something could be held in early August, but that's at the board's direction. And we're looking for direction to move forward, keeping in mind that once you tell us what to do. It's going to take a little while to get the notices finalized. There was a draft notice that was in the board agenda packets that I think I saw folks in the audience having as well. And I will commend the folks here. From coming to these meetings, you've got a very engaged and dedicated and vigilant customer base, and that are sticking around even to hear all the details of stuff that we're talking about here. So congratulations to your community as well. We go to a lot of meetings where there's nobody there. Next steps, get your input, move ahead with the process. Again, we need 45 days to get the mailer before you can hold the Prop 218 rate hearing. At the rate hearing, as folks know, the rates cannot be implemented if written protests are received from more than 50% of parcels, and you have had that occurred here before. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, even if you go out with a rate notice with the rates that we're proposing here, doesn't mean you're stuck implementing them. If the board wanted to implement something lower, they could. You just can't go any higher. And even if you adopt these rate increases, understanding that you're going to reevaluate things in future years, nothing holds you to fully implementing the rates. 2 years down the line, if your water use doubles miraculously and you're swimming in revenues and you don't need the rate increases, by all means, you don't need to implement them. And I will leave it at that and turn it over to the board for questions, input, direction.
Could you put the slide back up that has the things that you wanted to get input from the board so that we can be focused, hopefully? We do have some public comment, but before we go to public comment, not for comments from the board, but if there's questions from the board for clarifying the presentation or the information that we've been given. Question? Director Wharton?
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. It was great information. I'm glad you gave us a packet so we didn't have to strain to see that, and I apologize for the audience members. I hope you all could see it. One of the questions that I had was looking at the impact sheets. These seem to be a fairly aggressive rate structure increase, correct? You would classify these maybe more on the aggressive side?
Well, to be honest, not really compared to other agencies we work for. I have a colleague in the back here who's working with the San Miguel Community Services District, and they're looking at, I don't know, doubling or tripling their rates over. It's much bigger impacts here. They're not small rate increases, but they're significant. But the reason they're significant is because they weren't raised to those levels in the past. Mm-hmm. You know, sometimes you have an agency who's already has super high rates and they have to go higher. It's hard, but when you're coming with an agency that's historically had relatively low rates, what you're doing is trying to bring them up to where they have arguably should have been long ago. But we're trying to phase it in as gradually as we can. It's just, I don't know how long you can keep deferring some of these capital needs.
The follow-up on my question would be how easy would it be for us to get an aggressive, a moderate, and then a lower, less aggressive model to see the differences amongst those, and then how much funds that those would raise from that point forward?
Yeah, that's very easy to do it. In fact, we went through sort of a process like that, working with the committee and with staff leading up to this point. We're evaluating, what level do we want to get to? And we looked at some different alternatives, and what we came at the end of the day was to the levels that are being proposed here. But certainly, if the board wanted to reduce capital funding to a lower level, we could show you what the impacts would be. I would almost use the capital needs as the driver of the alternative. Say, what if we only phased into 500,000? What if we phased into 1.2 million? If you wanted to look at some alternatives, we could certainly show that. It'd be easy to do, but I think what's being proposed here is what we thought was a kind of a reasonable balance to getting to where you needed to go over a few years. And again, even if you go out with a Prop 218, I've had some agencies adopt the rates that are recommended, and then you definitely need the near-term rate increases. But as you get out to year 2 and year 3, yes, they're needed, but some agencies I've worked with have taken 3 years of rate increases, and they start on the path, and then maybe they end up spreading them out over 5 years, if they can. I don't know if you can or want to do that, because that means deferring capital needs that have already been long deferred.
Yeah. Thank you.
Director Behringer?
I just wanted to comment that I was on the rate committee, and for Director Farmer's edification, we were looking at $700,000 a year from year one for the water department and $1 million a year for wastewater. And I've been trying to push for that, but I'm getting pushed back all the time because of the fear of having the rates go up so high. I think that this is the minimum rate increase, and it's balanced early on. We're going to have to come up with a way to bring those projects in earlier outside, maybe through finance or grants or something. But I think that from a rate perspective, this is right on, and you can always change a spreadsheet, but I don't think it would help our deliberations. And I'm more interested in getting feedback from the public before I comment much more on it.
Are there any other clarifying questions on the presentation? I just had one. Do we have? I'm pretty sure we have a low income policy in place. So, like, if you're on the PG&E, if you qualify for the PG&E low rates, we do have that, and that's all. That would be. We don't see those rates here, but that would be a different amount, I would assume. Can somebody I just want to make sure we're protecting the folks that qualify for those low income utility rates.
It is a 40% reduction in the sewer rate, and it goes up to, I believe, 12 units.
Okay, all right.
That's a big discount compared to other agencies we work for, so you do have a nice program.
Director Pearson?
I guess I do have a question or two. The first one is on the sustainable water facility rates. What you've basically done is you've taken 2 months of the cost and dialed it into the into the water rates. So what happens if we have to run it 4 months? We just take that. We're going to take a hit, as I calculated, of about $83,000 per month for those 2 months that we're not collecting any additional funds.
You're exactly right, and that's, with these, the studies, again, it's hard to know exactly what's coming down the pipeline with water sales, with, how much you're going to need to operate that facility. So what we included is only 2 months. That was thought of kind of like an average that you might need to run. The hope is you need to run it less than that, but you're right, if there are some years you need to run it, the hope is that you can build up a little bit of fund reserves some years, so some years you might be able to run it 4 months, and the next year, no months. So over time, it will be self-sustaining with those rates.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple other things that I want to talk about, but after the public.
Okay, so we're going to go to public comment, and we will start with Tina Dickinson, followed by Stephen Provo. Thank you, Mr. Handlers.
Thank you, President Rice. Tina Dickinson. Well, I brought my bill that just came not too long ago in the mail, and it does not comport with the water service base charge that Mr. Handler just gave us. He said $26.52. My bill says $27.58. That's $1.06 difference. So I would argue that was not correct information. The other thing, my bill, my husband and I used 3 units. We used 3 units a year ago. Are you going to, I'm hearing some background noise here. Does somebody want to answer a question before I go on here? Or I don't know what's happening behind me, okay? So 3 units we used this period. We used the same usage 3 years ago. My bill, according to the figures that were put up here, my bill will go up 100%. 100%. If you think I'm going to put up with that, I will definitely protest that. My Social Security check, I got 0. Medicare took every penny of the 2% increase we got. Cambria is over 60% retired, and many on fixed incomes, and many are workers working for a minimum wage who cannot afford these rates. I would say, Mr. Handler, that you give a very slick presentation, but I do not believe that the cities you bring in and compare us to it doesn't mean a hill of beans to me. Sorry, you're not comparing a lot of other issues that should be brought into that comparison perspective. I would say that when you said in 2015, although CCSD has implemented temporary Stage 3 drought penalties and emergency water shortage rates to fund the AWTP, another name, CCSD has not adopted any increases to its regular water and sewer rates in 6 years. Well, actually, we have. And so this is we had one in 2008, 2010, 2014, 2016, which is a 5-year rate increase, which we're in the middle of that now with the 3rd year of a 5-year rate increase. I would have to say I don't know what we're really paying you for, because you looked at a 5-year rate increase, which should have covered us. The one elephant in the room is the EWS. It's eating our funds up at an unbelievable rate. That is the elephant in the room. Without that, this town wouldn't even need a rate increase. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stephen Provo, followed by Crosby Swartz.
Stephen Provo. I'm the editor of something called Cambria Village News on Facebook, so I'm here in that capacity. I'm also here as a ratepayer and a resident of Cambria. One thing I want to set straight that was inaccurate in the presentation that was just made is that these rate increases will not take place over 3 years. They'll take place over 2 years, or 1 year and 10 months, because they start in September of this year, and then the third one, it's a 3-step increase, is July 1st, 2020. So that's a year and 10 months, not 3 years. I'd like to read something from an editorial that I wrote this morning for Cambria Village News. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but give you the gist of where I'm coming from. In less than 2 weeks, voters will be asked to assess themselves a tax on more than $62 annually to fund 3 firefighting positions. This is on top of a $4 billion statewide water quality flood protection environmental bill on the same ballot. Not to mention the looming possibility of another tax measure from Cambria's Health District on the November ballot. The monthly charge for the advanced water treatment plant would rise 47%. Water rates would rise 45%. Sewer rates would rise 71%. What does this mean in real dollars? Just in September, Cambrians would face an annual cost increase of $138.96 for the 3 services, with sewer rates alone costing more than the 3 firefighting positions. After 2 years, the yearly bill would be $392.52, more than they're paying now, or more than $32 a month. That might sound like a proverbial drop in the bucket, but rate increases and taxes add up, and they're not easily absorbed in a community. They're not easily absorbed in a community where the average cost of housing is $799,000. The issue here is people just can't afford this kind of drastic rate increase. And the other issue is, do you really want people to throw up their hands in 2 weeks and say, hey, I'm not going to pay for more firefighters, which is what you guys said you wanted, because we've got all this other stuff that's coming down the line, both from sewer rate increases, water rate increases, SWF increases, and possibly, and I know this is not your purview, possibly a CCHD increase in November. It's just a lot to ask people at one time, and I think you may be putting yourselves in a bind by doing this all at once, and people may just say, no, we don't want to do it. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Crosby Swartz, followed by Donald Archer.
Madam President, I am Crosby Swartz. I have a concern about the operating charges for the sustainable water facility. Basically, you've estimated quite a small amount of operation. I believe it's based on 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. This facility is designed to operate at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, actually for 6 months, and it's not inconceivable that you might have to run it for more than 8 hours a day. If you run it 24 hours a day, I think, well, you can see it, the cost would, monthly cost would triple from what you have there. If you ran it 7 days a week instead of 5, increments up again, and it's not insignificant as was previously stated. If you operated at full capacity for 6 months, the operating charges would amount to over $2 million for the 6-month operating period. That's probably not going to happen. More likely would be to operate it for 4 months. It kind of ratios down, but it's still over $300,000 a month of operating costs, which is primarily the hauling. And this rate increase is only going to recover $83,000. Well, it's only going to recover $166,000 total. And so if you have a $1 million or $1.5 million operating charge, where's that money going to come from? You can't rule out that you might have to operate it for more than 8 hours a day, and there's no money in here to do that. I think it's a big problem. And of course, if you operate it less, there's a problem that you're charging people for something that they're not getting, which has other issues. But the worst problem for the district is if you have to operate it more than the small amount, there's no money to cover it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Donald Archer, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Hello, Donald Archer. I've been a resident here for 26 years, over 26 years. I'm an artist, and I get a Social Security check. And I have a very limited income, and I've seen the demographics of this community change a lot since I moved here. And you talk about a sustainable water facility. I'd like to see sustainable rates for ratepayers. And this is, I was just thinking about the things that were proposed and have done over the last 5 or so years. When the emergency water facility was considered, I was one of the people in the public who were really concerned about our infrastructure then. That you couldn't deliver water even if you had the water facility plant. And we're here again, and I'm going to pay for that. I'm going to be forced to pay for the water facility that I thought could be done in a different way. There were other alternatives at that time. And we've already had rate increases with the water, as was previously mentioned. So this isn't the first. But this is getting really scary for me about living in this community. I feel I've contributed to the community, and I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to stay in this community. And I don't know what the alternative will be. I love this community. It's done a lot for me. I love the environment. That's why I moved here. I didn't come here to have a speculative house or anything like that. I just came here because I loved this area. And the whole demographics of the area around me have changed. We have multi-million-dollar houses around my house, and I paid $179,000 for it. And I don't know what it's worth, and I don't care what it's worth. I just want to stay in it. And I'm really getting tired of the difference in demographics of people who have deep pockets who move here. I've got shallow pockets. So I hope you consider that.
Thank you for your comments. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Dawn Howell.
I have just given to the district clerk and asked that she distribute to you the sheets. I have it all in writing. I don't want to go off in a bonkers, whatever, because of the fluorescent lights and everything else in this room. Friends and board of directors, I want to point something out to you, and an allusion was made already by Ms. Dickerson, I heard. The use of outdated numbers for the current use designation in the water rates proposal shows erroneous numbers. The numbers that are in these documents shown to you and in the paper ones are wrong. They use 1 January 2017 numbers as the current rates for water. And I sketch out here all the pages where you've got erroneous information now on projections. So that's my first point. My second point, my first point is that it's on all the pages. My second point shows that only on certain pages does it show that current rates means 101.17. All the other pages I assume current means now, but it doesn't. So you've got data derived from a false base. Number 3, Table 8 makes this point on water financial projections on page 194 of your agenda. It says, water financial projections, but the projected increases in this table are wrong if the actual rates today are used as base numbers. So you're projecting from a higher number because we're paying more now than we did back then in January. The rates have been raised twice since the 1st of January 2017, but that's not in here. And so you've got some erroneous data before you by which you are supposed to make decisions about raising the rates. My point number 4 is the current bi-monthly payment is given as $71.24 for 6 units. That's not true. It's 80, the actual number will, I'm getting incoherent. You can read it. I mean, I just give you an example, how we're going to be paying more than we're alleged to be paying with the rate increase. I sent you in an email, Board of Directors, a whole bunch of questions, and I list them here on point number 2 on the back page. All these questions. What is the content of the projects listed in the priority levels on pages 202 and 213? We had an intimation of that from Mr. Bartle's company, in Bartles and Wells, but we have no idea as the public when we read this agenda. Sorry, you've got it all here, but if you go ahead and say that the public does not deserve accurate figures as base numbers for your decisions today, when we come and read the document and come here, then I really will ask you to apologize. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for bringing them in writing. That's helpful. Don Howell, followed by Margie Sesser.
Thank you. 2 points. I don't get, how can I say this? We can see from the kinds of feelings that we're hearing and that there is possibly, certainly on many members of the public, a certain amount of distrust and distress, this situation. And I wanted to remind you, again, my memory may not serve me too well, but it seems to me in the last 218 vote that the rate increases passed, but not by a huge margin. So we have to remember that the community is relatively evenly divided in this area. So I would urge you to, I find this rate study very useful and it has very many good points, but it is not something that I feel that there is an urgency that it should be adopted without further interaction with the public. In particular, the questions raised are really questions for the Finance Committee and the Infrastructure Committee. The committees need, that is a way that the public can be involved and begin to be engaged in really understanding what the problems of this district are, and they are very serious. So I would urge you to give the other committees time to deal with these. It'll have the double effect of also getting the community, those that are objecting and those not, to begin to understand what the problems actually are. I think ultimately it will be that we will see that there is a necessity for a rate increase. The other point that I had to make is that I have a problem about not billing the the hopefully SWS facility, not billing it when it is operating, that is to say, spreading the cost over a 12-month period, that while it does even out the cost for ratepayers, it does something that makes me very uncomfortable, particularly in view of the history, not with this board particularly, but with past boards. Right now, on our bills, is the only way that ratepayers are going to know for sure whether the facility is running. If you no longer put that on the bills, we're not going to know. We simply won't know. And so it could be run 1 month, 2 months, 10 months. Furthermore, in the rates as proposed, there will be a significant reserve accumulated over the period of time, which would mean that some subsequent board could start invading those reserves and no longer running the facility 2 months a year, which I felt very reassured but this board cannot, I believe, cannot obligate future boards. So a subsequent board could say, well, I think we need to run it 12 months of the year so that we can start building out on the wait list. I could see that happening. So I think it's very important that that charge remains on the bill so that people can see what is actually going on. They need to know what their money is paying for. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Margie Sesser, followed by Leslie Richards. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to commend the directors of listening to us, and I hope you take this in view of my viewpoint, who I also serve on a board of directors for CAPSLO, which is an agency with a much bigger budget than this one is, and serves thousands of people, and also employs thousands of people. I had the kindness of Aaron to meet with me and explain why I'm against this rate raise. And one of the things that I told him was on the board of directors that I sit, and I also sit on the finance committee, that we get a budget that's much more detailed. And I don't think that you all are getting the information that you need from your administrative staff that is really a top-heavy staff compared to the staff that I work with. And what I'm seeing is that some of the budget line items are very generic and vague. And like you said, somebody said earlier, water is lumped into a lot of other kinds of things that are designated that should be more broken down and should be broken out. I think that we have a lot of families here serving on CAPSLO. We have a lot of families here that are low income. We have a lot of middle class families that work 2 and 3 jobs to be able to stay here. And this kind of rate increase is going to really have a domino effect on our community, which means that people will not be able to afford to live here, which will affect our schools. As it is, our enrollment, as you all are aware, is dropping. And if this happens, we will have more families with children leaving because they won't be able to afford to live here. And I think that we have an opportunity, those of us, to advocate because we can be here, because many of these families are working right now and going from one job to another to be able to live here. And I think we need to take those families because you serve all the families in the community. And I think somebody earlier said we have a lot of people on fixed incomes that can't afford this. And all that needs to be taken in perspective and look at that budget on where you need to cut. I think lobbyists and those kinds of things are nice if you have the money, but I don't think you have the money to have that kind of thing. Our CEO goes herself to Sacramento and advocates and forms relationships with those people that are in power to be able to do that, and also participates in grants so that we can have more money to be able to do what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Leslie Richards, followed by Mary Webb.
Madam Chair, Leslie Richards, 30-year resident, Cambria. I wasn't even going to step up to the podium today. I apologize. This is not really my area of forte. But when I was running for the NCAC, I was campaigning on Marine Terrace Area 6. I made the mistake or the benefit of handing out one of my business cards to every door I went to. And my phone is ringing off the hook right now. I didn't even win the NCAC position, and yet people saw me and we talked and had such a good dialogue. And I have to remind you that during my campaigning for the NCAC, the #1 discussion was was finances of the CCSD. I had to redirect people back constantly because they didn't know what the NCAC was, and I would try to say, well, I can talk to you about those questions later, but can we talk about the NCAC? Everything was about finance and the district. And it took me 15 minutes to redirect. So my phone has been ringing off the hook since this went online. I wanted to tell Mr. Handler that it's not engaged customer base. In my opinion, it's enraged customer base. And by the way, they're watching and listening as we speak right now. Just because they're not sitting in this room does not mean, because I know this for a fact, because my phone is ringing off the hook right now in my office. This is a barn phone, by the way. This is not just a normal office, so it's quite an interesting situation here. And also, Mr. Handler brought up a comment, which I haven't heard, was not in the actual agenda packet. And what I have before me is the response letter from County of San Luis for the $4.2 million grant we got. It was the audit of that $4.3 million grant that we received. And the audit states, and it's a response letter back to the Auditor's Division of Finance, San Luis Obispo Flood Control District Water Conservation District response letter, response to finding number 2, non-operational project. This letter is dated April 13th, 2018, and that's how county recognizes our project, our EWS project right now, as non-operational. And it states, quote, the district agrees that the Cambria Community Services District Emergency Water Supply Project currently is non-operational. And we're going to be making modifications to the plan to get it back online operational. But it also states in this, the district is committed to taking, and this is the district, the flood control district, is all actions necessary to satisfy its obligations under the grant agreement with the state water resources, which means we have to have a project that's in compliance and that actually works. If it doesn't give us the 232.50 acre feet in production, we have to give back that money. Isn't that the contract we have? And that hasn't been brought up at all in any of these discussions of the possibility that somewhere down the line, we may have to actually give back that $4.2 million grant. So on top of all these other issues, we have a potential even more higher level of actual cost down the line. My suggestion to the board is break this into pieces the community can actually swallow. It is too much and all at once. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Webb, followed by Jerry McKinnon.
Mary Webb, I want to just go on to the grant because it was brought up by Mr. Handler that we were lucky to get this $4 million grant. Well, the problem with the grant was the $4 million grant was supposed to pay down the $8.8 million water project, and that's not what happened. Instead, the district ended up spending more than $13 million on the water project. So, of course, now our rates are not high enough. There is no high enough rate that is going to be able to pay for the water project. Mr. Handler is also basing rates on the operation, quote unquote, of this water project today. As Leslie just said, the water project isn't running. When you start to run it, the more you run it, the more it costs. So the rate increases he's even talking about now will be double what he's estimating. It's not going to be $274 bi-monthly. It's going to be $275 a month. It's going to be double what he's talking about because the project's not even running. The more you run it, the more it costs. Just keep that in mind. When you're in a hole, stop digging. Isn't that the adage? To say that you would vote for rate increases but never implement them is just ludicrous, simply ludicrous. Of course you would implement them. And I see Mr. Behringer smiling. Director, I wished I could laugh. God, I used to really be a fun person. So laughing, that'd be good. We have more than enough money in water and sewer rates. What we have is a district for the past 20 years that has been solely pursuing ocean intake and outfall, seawater desalination. The project they built is just a little brackish water desal plant that's on its way to full-blown intakes and outfalls for seawater desalination. And we have a board for the past 20 years that has pursued this one project to the exclusion of every other project for 20 years. All of the money that we've been spending to consultants, engineers, advisors, rate increase, Bartles and Wells, and you name Fortune 500 companies, and Dean Flores has all been for seawater desalination to try to get permitting in a location where you cannot permit this activity. And it's all going to come home to roost, and it may not be this board, it'll be the next board or the next board after, but it is going to come home, and it is going to hit us right in the face. Don't do it. Stop digging. We should have built a new wastewater treatment plant, and I understand the board is already in backroom discussions with CSD, not to build a wastewater treatment plant, sewer plant. They're in discussions with CSD in San Simeon to build a new wastewater treatment plant. That's going to cost us $100 million. Just like Morro Bay, just like Los Osos, we might as well face the facts and just start talking about it up front instead of doing these incremental increases. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Jerry McKinnon is my last request to speak.
Jerry McKinnon, thank you for the coffee. It's all a matter of perspective. One perspective is the dollar sign. The other perspective is history. The day before, or the time before the CCSD came into existence, Cambria had a history. There was a period of time in the mid-70s where no building was allowed on Lodge Hill on the other side of the highway. You know why? Raw sewage was running down the gutters of the streets. That's what we're looking forward to now if we don't get the sewer plant fixed. Now, the other perspective of the dollar sign is going to depend upon our notion about projections of dollars. We really don't know what it's going to cost until Mr. Gressom's puts out the contract for bid. Then the bid contracts come in, and we know then how much we're going to spend. So as it stands now, we have a choice between good contracts and reception of the contracts according to the dollar sign, or having raw sewage running down our streets. That's all it amounts to. Which do you want to do? What do you want? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will bring it back to the board for discussion or staff for questions. Did anyone on staff want to address some questions that were raised? Or we can, what's your pleasure? I have a question. There's a problem on the revised draft notice. It says that there would be a surcharge authorized to be levied during periods when it is operating. I'm looking at top of 178, the bottom of the first paragraph.
Green sheet.
On the green sheet?
On the green sheet.
It's the revised one. Do you see where that is? And
Madam President, you had asked, does staff want to, I think Alex wants to address many of the questions that were raised. That'd be a good idea.
right, that was one of the questions that I had, and I do want to let him come up and.
Especially Liz.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You brought up a good thing. I read it initially. I thought, oops, we had it wrong here. But this was meant to reference how the current rates work, and that those separate ones are going away. So it wasn't meant that that's the proposed rates. But I'm going to relook at the sentence and try to make it clear. And I do want to acknowledge again, again, you've engaged, vigilant crowd. But one of the members is right. It doesn't negate anything that's in here, but what we thought were the current rates are incorrect. When we started the study, there was discussion, there was like small inflationary rate increases that were kicking in January 1st of this year. And when we had our discussion, there was discussion, hey, we're going to defer those for now in light, well, this rate increase is moving forward. So I had assumed that those had been deferred, so I apologize. I'm going to update all my tables. It doesn't negate where the rates need to be next year. It doesn't change the base. I mean, if the base is going to be a little bit higher, it means you need a little bit less rate increase, but it's still the exact same rates that are shown in here. So there's no impact on that. I just want to be clear, but we will certainly correct all our tables. Another good comment, we didn't include, there's a lot of information we didn't include here, including all the detail for the CIP. I didn't bring in the budget, the agreement for your debt service and all that. Those are background documents. We usually don't include those here. But I do think it's a good idea, as the person noted, to include the detailed CIP. We will add that to our study. So in addition to whatever other form it's out there, and I know there's been iterations of it being worked on, that'll be very clear to folks. I agree with someone who doesn't matter what these other agencies charge. We just show that for reference because every agency wants to know. We just wanted to show that your rates are not out of whack compared to what other agencies are charging. You are certainly higher than some. There's still some agencies like Atascadero that have got very low rates, but then there's other agencies that have very high rates. What is important is that your rates fund your financial needs. And as one of someone mentioned that the current rates are not sustainable, I think we're acknowledging that they're not sustainable. They're not funding what needs to happen. You're going to have to fund these things sooner or later. Obviously, people don't like rate increases, and I don't like rate increases either. Obviously, where I live, our rates are going up all the time, and utility rates are certainly one of them. But that's kind of, I talk about the balancing act that I think the community has to play, and the board. Yes, these are things you need to do, but no, people don't want to pay for them. So where do you go from here? There's always an illusion that there's tons of waste to be cut, but that's been talked about for years, and I don't see that. The other thing was about billing the sustainable water rates on the bill, so you know when it's operational. But the fact is you don't know when it's operational because your bill happens 2 months later, and maybe for sustainable water rates had billed earlier, but maybe there's some other ways the district could put on its website when the facility is running. I don't think the rates is necessarily the best place for that. Another person pointed out that, you're building some reserves, and you are building some reserves. You need reserves. You have no reserves in your sewer, in your sustainable water, emergency water supply. That's not a good way of operating business. Even the Government Finances Officers Association, just as a part of prudent basic financial management, you need a little something there so you can weather the ups and downs and not have your back against the wall and have to turn to the general fund. So there is a little bit of a buildup of some fund reserves, but it's small. It's not even where it needs to be because there was the desire to keep the rates as low as possible and target the funding towards the infrastructure. And maybe I'll just leave it at that, but we're certainly happy to make any revisions to the notice, and we will certainly correct the study with regards to the current rates.
Director Pearson?
First,
Mr. Gruber, I just want to make sure that everybody's, because this is kind of important. Thanks.
You mentioned that the rates are going to stay the same, even though, the base that you had in there was not correct. But it's the dollars that are going to remain the same, not the percentages. The percentage increases are now going to change because your base is going to change.
Excellent point. Yeah, if your rates went up, I think it was 4% on January 1st. So instead of instead of needing, for example, a 20% increase year one would be a 16%, but it's still taking you to the exact same rates that we showed there. So folks are just
the dollar numbers are correct. The percentages will be revised.
I try to leave out the percentages because it's the dollars that are the actual rates.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's the board's pleasure going forward on this? Director Pearson?
I've still got a few more.
Okay. Yes,
Number one
please.
is I'd really like to get a timeline on how this has all got to take place, okay? So we say at this meeting or the next, yes, we want to go ahead with the rates. Then what happens next? How long do we wait, et cetera, et cetera? Can you give me a feel for that, Mr. Carmel?
I'm sure Alex can, but it really depends on when you send out your 218 notice. It's a 45-day notice period, so you have to account for that, but that really triggers when you'd be considering the rate increase itself.
Okay, and then how long from that Once we send out that notice, 45 days later, we have a hearing?
That's correct. And at that hearing, you'll be considering the rate increases. And depending on whether it passes A and when you want them implemented B, that's when they would be implemented.
Okay, and then how long do they have to protest that?
They have 45 days. There's a protest hearing after 45 days or longer. And that will determine whether you can proceed, and you'll determine when you want to implement the rates, assuming it does proceed and the protest fails.
And we also need to discuss, Monique, with staff, when do we feel comfortable we'd be able to get those notices out? Because there was some discussion about June 1st, but we don't necessarily feel comfortable that we can get it done in that period of time. Because we're already on the 24th, so we might need another week or two after that. And then that would really start the 45-day period.
The first thing is, I think, is getting the board direction to, what's going to go on the notice and what are the dates, when is the potential public hearing. And as your legal counsel pointed out, once you do that, we already have a draft notice ready to go, subject to a few final tweaks and some final rates in here. Clean it up a little bit, but it's very close to being ready to mail, pending the board direction for what are the rates going to be in here and what are the dates going to be. But if there is a process, say it would take 60 days to get your notice out in the mail, wait your 45 days, hold your public hearing, and that's the protest period that the customers have all the way up till the public hearing. At that public hearing, when you're going to consider your rate increases is when you tally up the protests. And then you can either move forward or not.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not very comfortable with moving forward today with this. I'm missing a few things, and especially I think the public is missing the CIP. I mean, I know what the CIP is, or I know what the one that was published 6 or 8 months ago was, and I know where it is, but we've not had an explanation on that. I think we need to come back and have staff tell us what the capital improvements program needs to be, why it needs to happen, and how much needs to happen at what rate, so that we can understand then why the rates need to go up so quickly, or can we adjust them and be a little bit more moderate in our rate increases, as Director Wharton spoke of. So I think we need to start at what our needs are first before we start jumping into what comes after that. So, thank you.
Director Berenger?
All right. Since I'm on the infrastructure committee and been working on this, I don't second guess the CIP or the need for the funds. I think that if anything, this is badly needed and late. And I think from a political perspective, I know it's when everything else is happening, but we're already behind the 8 ball and we continue to go behind the 8 ball. However, I also am sensitive to the fact that there's a great opportunity for the community to get better feedback, both at the infrastructure committee meeting and also the finance committee meeting. And we do have a 45-day time period during which, after sending the notice and having our meeting to actually implement the rates, we do have a 45-day period for that. And I'm the last person to kick the can down the road. So I would recommend that, and I'm uncomfortable with, especially Ms. Bettenhausen did an excellent job of picking things out, and I want to make sure those T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and I want to make sure there aren't any mistakes in the packet itself. But that's something Alex can do here in the short term. So I would hope that we could set a potential hearing date at the end of July, target the end of July for a hearing date, and not be talking about August or September or something like that. So if the two committees can at least take a look at this information, and I believe what I mentioned to Director Farmer earlier is that you'll see that we have the rates do not count putting money into water and wastewater early enough. It's pushed out a year or two, and we need these rates regardless. So my hope is that we could get a consensus of the board that to aim for the end of July, put a notice out maybe in even if we have a special meeting just before our regular meeting, and move forward that way. So that would be my recommendation.
So not a
Director
meeting,
Wharton?
not a meeting at the end of July, notice the meeting 45 days later.
Notice the meeting 45 days before the end of July. In other words, at the end of July is the date that we implement the
hearing.
rates.
So
We have the hearing. So 45 days prior
It's
to
coming up really
that.
soon.
Yeah, but 45 days prior to that.
clarifying
So
that.
that's middle of June.
June.
Yeah.
That's middle of June. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just,
2-3 weeks.
and when's your meeting? When's your finance? Good. So after that. Things can, we could push this off 3 or 4 years. It's no big deal. But I'm saying unless you put a stake in the ground and aim for it, you're going to be saying, "Oh, we're going to do this 2 months later after the second finance committee meeting." I think that the public is telling us there's an urgency for this. Mr. Handler has been pushing things back. This was supposed to be done right at the early part of this year, and here we are in June or May already, and we're first getting to this stage. So I'm a little disappointed with that. But other than that, I think that's what I'd do. But I'd say at the end of July, we have the meeting, and 45 days prior to that, or the hearing, and 45 days prior to that, we do a notice. If we feel that we can't, it's no big deal. We'll just move it out a little bit, but at least we'll have a goal.
I'd like
that's
to
my
just
approach.
speak to a couple of the concerns that I've heard both from the public and from directors. The ad hoc rates committee was made up of somebody who's on the finance committee, that would be me, somebody who was on the infrastructure committee, that would be Director Behringer, and we did go through a lot of discussions. I agree that it would be good to have the CIP list, and I certainly wouldn't want to go forward if directors are uncomfortable doing that. There are some changes that need to be made. I'm frankly not comfortable having this just go fix it and then send it, because I think it's important that the board actually takes a peek at it, and whether that's done through each of the standing committees, or we actually have a town hall type meeting to provide the information to the public about the CIPs, because it is a complicated, long, and there were a lot of considerations that Director Behringer and I, along with staff, tried to take into account. But of course, there were some things that were brought up today that we didn't think of, and some things that probably would come up with other directors as you think about it now that you've had the presentation and the public comment. I know I'm constantly thinking, oh, I should have. So maybe what we do instead of rushing forward, because I don't know how much it is per billing cycle that would be recouped. So it's hard for me to gauge what we're looking at here. If it's $30,000 a month, that's one thing. If it's more than that, then that calculates differently. But I don't think there's a difference putting it out, put the notice into the mail in July instead of putting it into the mail in June. And when we implement, being pushed down just a little bit, but we're not kicking the can. We're giving room to notify the public and to let the public get a better sense of why we're increasing them this high, like with the CIP program, and providing for. I thought the town hall meeting that we had with Dean Flores went pretty well, where it was a much more kind of discussion-based meeting and not as formal, but it would allow the public to understand how Director Behringer and I came to the point where we were like, yeah, that's what it has to be. I mean, I think that's important, especially when there's trust issues, clearly, which there clearly still are. And so, I mean, that would be my recommendation going forward, but I want to see if there's other thoughts on that. Thank you. You were hiding your light.
Well, I wasn't hiding. Well, there's a couple of phrases that a variety of commenters made at the podium there. Don Archer talking about the change and dynamic in this community, and deep pockets versus shallow pockets. And Don Howell talked about distrust and distress in this community. I think the thing that, and Mary Webb was talking about the previous history of this board and where their priorities were that have created the financial dilemma that exists right now. With really poor judgment and priorities that didn't fit the overall need of this community and the overall need of this district. But I think the thing that I just want to add to this is something that I mentioned a month or two ago. That right now in this community, and we have people on fixed incomes, elderly people, hardworking families that are just barely making it. And added to that are increasing rents. People can't find a place to live because there are fewer and fewer rentals available because we have more and more people that don't live here that are creating vacation rentals to, how could I say it, line their pockets. We're really not concerned about the needs of the people that live in this town. And I think that really troubles me that that we know that there's greed seems to be rearing its ugly head in our society like it never has. And I see it happening in this community. And like I say, and that's even referencing people that own property here that don't live here. And they don't care about the needs of people that are just struggling to make ends meet. They have a job, but they need, adequate housing, or they can't even find a place to live. It's maybe I'm just babbling on here, but I'm just kind of adding to the overall picture as to what we've just been talking about here and how really difficult it is for so many people out here in our community, and we're just adding one more weight on their shoulders. And it's just personally very discouraging. And like I said here, and even Miss Sesser, and I'm going to just go out on a limb that she's probably fairly comfortable financially in the scheme of things, and yet she is seriously concerned about people on fixed incomes, on low incomes, whether it's, like I said, families, especially the people that are providing the services in the hotels and the restaurants. They're the ones that are really getting hit hard. And it just, I've got to be honest with you, man. Things are so messed up. And I don't feel like no matter what we do here, we're really going to address the dilemma that exists for so many people in this community. There's more I'd like to say. I'm just going to pass right now. I'll bring it up some other time.
Well, I think that I've heard from directors several things. I would entertain a motion of some sort or direction to staff as to how to move forward, because we need to make a decision because as Director Farmer has said in the past, we do have serious deficiencies in our maintenance and needs for rehabilitating a lot of our system. And it is going to be a hard decision to impose rates of any sort of increase, even on people who have deeper pockets. I think it's not a very welcome thing, but I think it's part of being part of the community. It's not an easy decision. So I would suggest that we go forward having a town hall that allows people to get the more information behind these numbers so they're more comfortable, and that way we will not be in such a rush, which could cause a backlash against the district, because we need to get some of these things ironed out more quickly. And I know that it's going to put a bit of a strain on our bank accounts, but I think it's important. It would put a bigger strain if we can't get a rate increase passed at all, because I heard 1.2 million in wastewater and a lot in water. I don't remember that number. The 1.2 drove every other number out of my head. So I think there's, if we could get something like that scheduled and then maybe have a notice prepared to go out by July sometime and then have the hearing maybe in August. I know that's not the ideal. Yeah.
I would support that, and not kicking the can down the line, because the rates are due to start in September.
Mm-hmm.
So if we don't change that date,
Mm-hmm.
where it's not really costing us anything as far as the rates going into effect. And I really, really like the idea of a town hall. I really think that the Finance Committee and the Infrastructure Committee at least once should meet on this subject. And but I'd like to see a town hall happen in mid-June. Mid-June, so that we can make a decision in end of July, early August. And one other thing that, while I'm thinking about it, I don't like the idea of having all different options. What if we do option A, B, and C? But taking from Director Wharton's guide, I think we could put in a fee while it's running, so that if we had to run it more than 4 months or 2 months, like it's in the plan now, we would have a cushion. Maybe after it runs for 2 months, it kicks in another charge, and the other. But that's a double-edged sword, because somebody came up and said, "Well, then you run it all the time, because then you can get all that revenue." So it's a double-edged sword. And I don't know. So if you're not into that, maybe that can't be considered.
It seems like maybe the direction forward might be to have another board meeting that this is what we focus on, and have a town hall to allow folks to have, because having the infrastructure committee looking at it, how would you direct it to specifically to the CIP, and looking at
and the finance committee.
and what would the finance committee's charge be if it was sent to the finance committee?
I guess we would look at their overall budget figures for the years going out.
Okay, so reviewing the budgetary,
these look
without going into the weeds of the
Right.
infrastructure CIP stuff?
right.
Okay.
Okay, maybe instead of the finance committee being that, maybe that date becomes a town hall. Throwing it out there.
Yeah, and we may need 2 town halls because
Right.
of
Yeah.
people's
I think
schedules and
until
stuff.
until we have an actual town hall, I don't think that we can set the date for sending this out. We can set a goal to get it done by
Right.
August, but
Okay.
once we have the town hall, we'll have a better sense of where we are with the community when they get more information. Because, I mean, as brilliant as Director Berenger and I are, and as brilliant as the staff is, and our consultant, it's important that everybody gets a chance to look at it with their own eyes, and we give them a complete look at what we think we're basing it on. Because like I said, there were some good things brought up today. I'm sure there's people watching that are like yelling at their screens or something, like things that we didn't think of. I really want to make sure, none of us is as smart as all of us. Mr. Gruber.
From staff standpoint, I just want to try to dial in the logistics of this. So we've thrown out a lot of dates. So we have May 30th as our infrastructure committee, right? The agenda's already gone out. So in order to accomplish what you want to accomplish, we're going to have to schedule another infrastructure committee.
No, all you have to do, a 24-hour notice, just add one line item. And I think you were asked to do that on the infrastructure committee meeting. We were going to review the CIP. For some reason, it didn't get on there, and that was going to be one of the suggestions I'd make. If you put review the CIP on it with one line change, you post a piece of paper on the wall, and we don't have to reschedule anything.
Yeah, we can do this. Okay, so there's May 30th. That takes care of that. Now, the Finance Committee is meeting June 14th. And on that agenda, we have 2 items that weren't covered at the last meeting. So my recommendation would be and work with Director Pearson on this and President Rice, is we add those 2 items that we didn't get to from the last Finance Committee meeting, and then add the CIP. That would complete the review of both the standing committees, if I'm hearing correctly, from the board on the CIP by the end of the day on June 14th. Then what we could do is, we're already almost to the June, when's our June board meeting? When is 28th? We could schedule a town hall meeting between the 14th and the 28th instead of waiting 2 weeks, maybe the 21st or something. I don't have a calendar. And what we would discuss is the CIP list. And I promise that everybody will get a bigger copy, so you don't have to have a magnifying glass. And then Bob and I, however you guys want to set it up, we can facilitate it and go through that CIP list, which is really a good product. I mean, I think the infrastructure committee, prior to becoming a standing committee with Director Farmer and Director Berenger, and Bob and I have been working on that with staff for 4 or 5 year project. That's not just something we threw together. It's been revised and revised and revised. So what we do is we put it up there, around June 21st or something. You're already going to have input from the infrastructure committee on May 30th. We'll change the agenda. You'll have input from the finance committee on June 14th, and then you'll have input on a special community meeting sometime between the 14th and the 28th, maybe the 21st. Then you'll have all the input, hopefully, that you need, and then we can, on the 28th, maybe add it to the June agenda for further discussion and see where we want to go from there. I just look at things, I try to help you guys put policy things together, but I just look at things from a logistics standpoint, from a staffing. We just want to make sure we can, meet your needs. In parallel to that, we need to make sure that our list through CIS, our mailing list, is up to date and accurate. So whenever you do decide to move forward with the Prop 218 at whatever level, that we make sure we capture everybody in that, and that's what we're doing now. So that's just a suggestion. I'd be more than happy to.
I think June is a bit ambitious to get it onto the agenda for June's regular board meeting, because if we have the town hall on the 21st, that's agenda prep day, right? The agenda has to go out that day, so any feedback we would get from the town hall, which I'm going to say is probably going to be in the evening, or at least late afternoon.
That's correct.
So it would not, the ideas would help us decide maybe in the next week, but I don't want to presume to say that your staff is overworked or anything, but
District Council
is this
just made a
realistic?
suggestion. You said June what?
After the 14th, anytime, 15th, 16th, 17th.
But then how would you incorporate it into the 28th?
We'd have time at that point.
We would have.
Oh, in other words,
Yeah, we could have the town hall the Friday the 15th and do another one on Saturday the 16th if
That's, excuse me.
That's
everybody
Live
to be
Oak
there.
Festival.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that is Father's Day weekend, and it's the 4 days of the year that I'm not in town. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do.
Oh, I want to have already decided. I don't know.
We can also just move forward with our. We can have the town meeting as indicated. Around that time frame, and then we can have our 28th meeting, and then we can always have a special board meeting, maybe the first week in July.
I think that's good. I really want to allow for enough time to make sure we get everything right.
Right, after the 4th of July weekend, maybe. And then that still meets your timeline of the 45 days to be able to. Yeah.
Right, that would still meet the goal. It would be helpful to the district clerk to have a motion of some sort that's clear about what action we're going to take going forward. And my understanding right now is that we're going to refer the CIP to the Infrastructure Committee for their May 30th meeting. This is the beginning of a motion, Ms. Madrid. For their May 30th meeting, we're going to refer the rate study and the underlying budgetary assumptions that it is based on to the Finance Committee for their June 14th meeting. And we are going to hold a town hall. Yes? Okay, where did I lose you? The underlying budgetary items are being referred to the Finance Committee for June 14th committee meeting. And I'm going to stop right there for that part, and then we'll take up the town hall date and such. So that's my motion. We're referring to infrastructure. We're referring to finance.
I would second that with the following friendly amendment, that if possible, the finance manager outline those things that were being pulled from the budget to make it a balanced budget. I think he's already working on that for the finance committee,
Yeah.
so that we know what line items essentially in the CIP are being
Would be funded if we had the rates.
would be funded if they had the rates, and more importantly, what wouldn't be funded if we had a balanced budget. And with that friendly amendment,
So
that's the second.
Okay, so
Would you
that,
accept that?
yes, that's fine. And so concisely, it's that you want to have the, look at what in the budget is that if we get the rates, we're going to be able to do this. If we don't, we're not going to be able to do this. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the target date, well, I won't even go
No,
further.
let's go,
We'll do that.
let's go
That's good
right
enough.
there. We're just
Okay.
doing refer to committee. So there's a motion and seconded by Vice President Behringer. Is everyone clear on the motion?
No.
No?
Yeah, just run it by me one more time.
So
Please.
we're referring the the CIP list that's underlying the rate study and the needs in the rate study to the infrastructure committee for the May 30th infrastructure committee meeting. And we're referring the rate study and the underlying budget assumptions, overall budget assumptions that were made to the finance committee. And the friendly amendment being, it's not just the CIP list. You're going to see what would or would not be able to be covered if the rates are passed or fail.
Thank you.
Is that clear? I feel like I made
Kind
it more unclear. The idea
It's
is
all
that
right.
both committees are going to look at it from their perspective. Can we have a roll call, please?
President Rice,
Aye.
Vice President Behringer.
Aye.
Director Pearson,
Aye.
Director Wharton,
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye, aye, aye.
I would entertain a motion to go past 6.
How long would you like to?
Whoever makes the motion.
Half an hour.
Yeah, I make a motion that we go till 7 o'clock. Oh, no, okay. 6:30.
6:30.
6:30?
We have one,
Second,
Second.
6:30.
Second.
really one critical item, that's it, you know.
Okay.
I'll second the 6:30.
Okay, so we've got Director Farmer made a motion to go to 6:30, seconded by Director Behringer. Let's have a roll call, please.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
I'm sorry, who did the second?
Aye, aye, aye.
Vice President Behringer.
Aye, aye, aye.
Director Pearson,
Aye.
Director Wharton,
Aye.
President Rice.
Aye. All right, so we've got till 6:30. So then the next motion I'm going to make is that we have a town hall meeting that would cover the underlying CIP and budget assumptions for these rates to allow the community to get a sense of what this rate thing is. On Tuesday the 19th? Yeah, I think 5 or 6, I think is fair. What time? I know, what time?
There's a
You
motion
gotta
to
pick the
have a
time.
town hall meeting on Tuesday, June 19th at 6 p.m., 6 to 8 p.m. Or, I'm sorry, 6 p.m. I'm elaborating on the motion, sorry.
That's all right, we're just trying to, does that work on people's calendars? Okay, so the motion is 19th. We need to let Director Farmer check his calendar.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm moving so
all
slowly
right.
here. It's a reflection of where my brain is at right now. But what I do want to comment on is I think that if we're going to, in any way, shape, or form, send out a notice to the ratepayers and the residents of this community that we're having a town hall, that it should be in Spanish as well as English. That's all I have to say with regard to that.
Who made the motion and who seconded? I'm sorry.
I made the motion, and I don't think I heard a second because I was trying to get a time. Does that work? Does that date, the 19th, work for you?
Yes.
5 p.m. or 6?
Well, I'm trying to get people to have dinner before we get started.
Ah.
That was my
Okay.
I'm not
That's
sure.
good.
Either that
6
or-
works
Last
for
time
me.
I had
Either that or we're going to be limited on the amount
Yeah,
of time.
that's true.
we're gonna go.
Vegetables.
6? 6?
I'd prefer 6.
Okay. So the motion is to have a town hall meeting regarding the rates on June 19th at 6 p.m. at the Veterans Memorial Building.
Is it available that day?
And hopefully, now that we've done all that, it's available.
If there's somebody
Is
out
there
there
a
that already has it,
second?
we'll just push them out.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Director Wharton. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to let her finish so that we can make sure that it's available. Okay. Yep, that's what we're doing.
Can I introduce the next one? Want me to introduce the next one?
No, we have to take a vote. We have a motion
I'm
on the
sorry.
floor.
I'm sorry.
I know. We have to let the district clerk do her job. She's getting there. Everybody take a breath.
Date's open.
Yay! So motion by President Rice, seconded by Director Wharton. Can we please have a roll call? Okay, we're reserving the room before we take a roll call. That's good. These are the important things. Who else books a room at this time of day? Yes, please.
President Rice,
Aye.
Director Wharton,
Aye.
Director Farmer,
Aye.
Vice President Berenger,
Aye.
Director Pearson.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. So we will have a town hall on the 19th, and at that time, we can deal with where we go forward. But the intention is to get this onto an agenda as quickly as possible so that it's accurate, but also have an informed public. Thank you for your patience. Okay. There's two items that I would like to hit for sure before we finish. Three. Two of them are short. One's future agenda items, and one is 6G. But I know we also have another important item. Would you like to announce 6C? No, 6D.
6B. Can we
Sorry,
do
6B.
Oh, that's okay. It's been a long
A,
meeting.
B, C.
Yeah,
Don't
well,
we
we
have to do this?
switched it around. So 6B is discussion and consideration of an agreement for consulting services with Cleveland Biological LLC for the environmental consultation. I'm going to let Bob Greshams introduce this staff report, and then we do have Cindy Cleveland with us to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
And we have very short time.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'd just like to salute everybody who's out there still. It's amazing that people have hung in this long, so I'll be as brief as possible, but I still will gladly stop and explain and answer questions that may be out there. So I just salute everybody who's still here, so thank you. We have a very brief presentation, and before I get into that, I would like to recognize Cindy Cleveland, who's been patiently waiting in the back there, so you're welcome to sit up here, Cindy, if you like, in case I get stumped, which happens often, so we'll need your expertise possibly here, and she'll help me as you have more complicated questions that occur. So this particular item is to request your approval of an agreement with Cleveland Biological LLC for environmental consultation. So next slide, please. Who's running this slide? Would that be? Okay, thank you. So just briefly, an outline of the presentation is just a background, a summary of the agreement, a brief summary of Cindy's qualifications, a summary of the Section 7 ESA process, the staff recommendation, and then any questions at the end. Next slide, please. Thank you. I don't have the clicker well controlled here. Just a quick background. This is on the Sustainable Water Facility. It was originally built under an emergency coastal development permit. So that was issued by the county. The condition we had was to design, build, and permit it in 6 months' time. And, am I too close to, or not close enough? Is that okay? Or, I'm sorry. So we're currently completing a regular coastal development permit on this, which seems a bit unusual, but when you get an emergency coastal development permit per the county requirements, you follow that up with a regular coastal development permit application. Our goal is to be able to operate that to avoid going into an emergency mode, as opposed to having to be in a stage 3 emergency to operate it per the current emergency CDP. That was adopted by the board in July of 2017. We did vet that quite a bit, respond to a lot of questions from the public review draft EIR. A lot of the concerns raised to date, we've been meeting probably for the last year or so with the county staff on this regular coastal development permit process to get that through the whole mill. Some of the common type of issues that have come up, particularly in the last 4 months, is the Coastal Commission's kind of weighed in on some of the discussions a little bit more in the last 4 months. There's a general feeling that there hasn't been enough engagement of the resource agencies. What we did is we completed the process in that short time by doing an adaptive management plan. And that was to monitor and prevent impacting the listed species. We didn't really have the time to do a more, inclusive, rigorous process, a more protective process, which is a Section 7 Endangered Species Act consultation process. And that's what this item is about. And I'll have a slide in a minute that explains that process further. So now that we have a little additional time, and because these questions are still persisting, that we would like to use the services of Ms. Cleveland to go through that whole process, which would thoroughly involve all the resource agencies and try to put this to rest once and for all about their level of involvement or lack of concern over involvement, because the project did move so fast, and also at the same time provide the district with better protection over anything that might come up with a listed species in the future, because that's really what the ESA consultation process does. So the next slide, please. Oop. Oh, thank you. I didn't know where that clicker was at. Okay, great. So a quick summary of the agreement. There's going to be a project description, which is to include the completed SWF facility, the project described within the SEIR, including the proposed modifications that are in that particular document, the drainage swale that went in response to the January 2017 governor declared flooding emergency that we had to respond to, and then the future maintenance activities of facility. So that all goes into the project description. Then there's an analysis, which is going to lean heavily on what's already in the SEI. We're not trying to repeat work here, but that's going to be the project impacts and mitigations. There's coordination with the CCSD staff. There's going to be coordination with the Coastal Commission staff. And you'll notice we had a green sheet amendment document. That added item 1.5 that does say, I will be coordinating with the California Coastal Commission, because we had some back and forth correspondence in the last week or so on that. As part of the process, and Cindy's the expert on this, so I can refer to her if you want to have the more detailed discussion on this, but there's resource agency consultations and permit applications, and then there's a larger document. Part of this is a biological assessment. It has to be in the right format, has to have the right subjects covered to go forward to these resource agencies. The permit coordination would involve the NOAA Fisheries, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, because they all have certain types of permits that are part of this. And I should back up, because I meant to mention it in the background slide. We have a lagoon water discharge pipe that we're going to extend to be more efficient. That also creates the federal nexus to go forward with this process. So that's an important background piece on this. The other scope of work item that's not necessarily part of the ESA Section 7, but we're going to have the AMP updated and the annual monitoring report completed by Cindy as well. So next slide, please. I'm sorry.
You want to point it towards here. This is where the receiver is. So I think we went backwards, but let me go forward. Okay. So quick summary of Ms. Cleveland's background. She has over 20 years experience in completing consultations for federal, state, and private sector clients as a consultant. She's also formerly been with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as well as the U.S. Forest Service in reviewing and writing Section 7 applications and in developing biological opinions. So she has worked both sides of the fence, if you wish. She knows from a regulatory agency what's needed as well as as a private consultant what's needed. So she's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, as they say. So her background quickly, she has a master's in evolution, ecology, and marine biology from UC Santa Barbara. She has a bachelor's in biological anthropology from UC San Diego. She's very experienced with the project site already. And she lives in SLO County, and she's been very responsive. We've had to use her in the past on certain emergency responses and so forth, and very, very responsive in her service to us. Next slide, please. Oh, that's me. I'm talking to myself. Sorry, I'm a Gemini, so it just goes with and I'm left-handed, so forgive me. Okay. Here's a quick summary of the Section 7 consultation process. Now, this could be 50 pages if you want. I try to get it onto one slide so that my print is a little small, so I apologize for that. But it includes, I've already talked about the mitigations and the modifications of the SEIR. The permit needed to go with this process, you need the federal nexus. That's the pipeline that goes into the Army Corps jurisdictional area. To initiate the consultation process, there's 6 key areas that need to be described within an application type document. It's the action being considered, it's a specific area that may be impacted, the listed species and habitat that may be affected, the possible effect on species and habitat, the relevant reports including a biological assessment, that's the key one, and any other relevant available information. And when you do the biological assessment, that's the key supporting document for determining one of 3 possible effects. So they have a no effect, and then they have what they call a may affect not likely to adversely affect, and then they have what they call a may affect likely to adversely affect. Now that determines whether you go to an informal consultation or a formal consultation. And we haven't really said that. You know, I was checking my wording. I think there was something mentioned in an earlier comment that suggested we said informal, and that's not the case. We're still determining that in this process. So if there is a not likely to adversely affect finding from the biological assessment in this consultation process, then that leads to the informal consultation and ultimately what they call a letter of concurrence. And there is no authorization to have a taking of a listed species. Okay, so if it goes to the other route and it goes to what they call a likely to adversely affect scenario, then you go through a formal consultation process, and ultimately there's what they call a biological opinion that gets generated by the regulatory agency,
And that includes an incidental take statement saying, okay, whatever gets negotiated through all these consultations, well, maybe if you had 2 frogs per year or something, and you do these mitigations, we'll give you this type of opinion. And that's part of where Cindy's expertise comes in to try to work this all out with the resource agencies. And then that has a 135-day completion, so they have to get back to you by 135 days, provided everything is complete. So there could be some delay because to that 135 days, if they say, okay, well, we don't think it's complete because we don't have this information. Once that's all complete, that starts the timeline for the regulatory agencies to get back to you on that. But it is a very inclusive process, and that's why we're recommending it, because it will kind of force the issue of having all the different resource agencies involved. We feel that for the regular coastal development permitting process, it's going to help, because once you get in front of, say, the Coastal Commission, if it gets appealed to that level, having gone through this process, or at least having started this process, is making quite a statement to them that, hey, we're listening to you, and we're wanting to include all these resource agencies, including yourselves, to make sure we're doing this right and we're having the right level of inclusion and as well as protective measures. And so with that said, I'd be glad to, we recommend that you approve the agreement, of course, but then we're glad to answer any questions that may be out there. So thank you very much.
Director Pearson?
I have 2 quick questions. One is, how long is it going to take, start to finish?
Okay.
Ms. Cleveland may be able to answer that better. She estimated 1,100 hours, I believe, or something similar to that. That's over 6 months. Is it going to take a year to really complete this, or?
Cindy Cleveland, Cleveland Biological. That depends on a number of different issues. Normally, I would say 6 to 8 months. I've gotten them in 6 months for like oil spills. With this level of public interest and frankly, the amount of data that's out there that I have to go through, I would say maybe a year, maybe less. There's a lot of information out there, so I don't have to recreate it. I would just be pulling it and putting it into a format where I can go up to the agencies and consult with them and make it where it's a little simpler to understand, and maybe the impacts are a little easier to understand too. And so that might take some time.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Now, stay up there.
Okay.
Now comes a really tough one, okay? You've quoted us about $100,000 to do this, okay? If I were to ask you for a not to exceed number, what would it be?
Around there. Yeah. I mean, it depends on how many issues the Coastal Commission, honestly, if they throw something at me, or the Fish and Wildlife Service. I don't foresee any problems because this project has been through so much environmental review already. And there's already the EIR, and it depends on what the agencies have to say. They could say, we want this, or we want more information. I have no idea. Okay. So, but this is a lot of work. Each one of these permits is a lot of work, I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
We do have some public comment. Are there any other questions from the board? All right. We'll take public comment, and in the interest of time, I would like to keep it to 2 minutes, but I will allow you to go over a bit just because we're getting short on time. I'd appreciate that. First up will be Tina Dickinson, followed by Mary Webb.
Thank you, President Rice. On this item, first of all, I would like to have a date of when Ms. Cleveland was first employed by the district. She has been working, my understanding is, for some time. I'm wondering if some of the work that she has already produced and the reports would go directly to some of the work that is going to be addressed in this endeavor. I would say that Miss Cleveland, I would suggest that you go back to all of the comments that were made on the initial study, mitigated negative deck from July 2014 from the regulatory agencies addressing one, especially the Coastal Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Cal Fish and Wildlife, where they are addressing this very issue of ESHA. You can go on to a number of reports where they commented and members of the public commented, and I would strongly suggest you look at those reports if you haven't already. In addition, I would also add that Tom Luster, as many of you I think on the board and staff certainly knows that Mr. Luster has offered an ecologist to do this work for free. And I don't understand why we are paying, when we've just had this whole meeting on budget and rate studies and increases, why we wouldn't want to save money and use the commissions, one of the commissions, an ecologist/biologist, to do some of this work. He has offered that in writing. I don't know why that is not part of the report that's in front of us in 6B, but I would strongly recommend that you take Mr. Luster up and work with the commission as you should have done back from the very initial stages of this in 2014. I've taken photos of everything in Esher, from the flooding, from the huge equipment that's been used out there for the wet weather preparedness, and believe me, it is beyond belief what's happened there. It's terrible. And I would be happy to provide any photos to any of you if you so require. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Webb, followed by Karen Dean.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd actually like to speak for Green Space at this point, because this is now finally, we are starting to arrive at the time that we should have been at in 2014. Green Space supports conservation, efficient water use and reuse, limits on water loss through leaks and infrastructure maintenance, the consideration of non-traditional water supply alternatives such as wastewater reuse. Due to the fact that this particularly troublesome project was not considered and evaluated in light of the best scientific data and with full and complete environmental review, and that the local agency is now seeking after-the-fact permitting of the long-desired brackish water desalination project, Green Space will be requesting several things, and I'm not finished writing this letter to the agencies themselves, that all permitting agencies meet together, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, NOAA, Marine Sanctuary, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that they, and with the CSD and the engineers and Miss Cleveland from the biological community, or whatever that organization is called, rather than separately. They meet together for a kickoff meeting all together with all the agencies before the permitting consultation process begins. That way, we're not going to be going around and around in 8 months, 6 months, with Fish and Wildlife having to go talk to state parks, or NOAA having to go talk to the National Marine Fisheries Service, and then all going back and forth to the Coastal Commission, because that's going to take a lot longer if you do it that way. The public and concerned nonprofits should be invited to attend at least one public meeting of all agencies as a stakeholder. Agencies should provide language to limit any expansion of the emergency project. The expansion of the emergency project is what will cause most of the harms. The most recent and most relevant scientific data should be used to analyze the project impacts. I'm going to go on if you don't mind. Data sources should include government agencies, municipalities, the environmental groups, citizen groups, and receiving water data from the NPDES pollution discharge elimination system, and data that's collected by the swamp and other water quality monitoring people should be included in some of the consultation process. That current data be used rather than accepting decades-old reports and analysis that's generated by the CSD and its consultants. That all agencies describe the water project as an emergency water supply rather than the CSD name change to a sustainable water facility that was never approved or permitted by any agency. That the water project be used for existing customers only as of 2014 and not for growth. The water project is to be used only during a Stage 3 water shortage emergency condition, as which was what applied for in 2014. The water project should be tested for all impacts to the environment under a Stage 3 water shortage emergency condition when the well levels are below a certain amount, maybe 5 feet, let's say, rather than when the wells are nearly full. The only time the project's been running is when the wells are full, so you can't tell what the impacts are. And I've got more, and I'll be happy to send it to you once I finish it, but I've got several more points, and I would really like to see the baseline data that the Cleveland Biological has already collected. None of that information is public, and it needs to be analyzed by all of the environmental groups at the same time that the other agencies are finally going to get this information. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I look forward to seeing that letter. Karen Dean, followed by Don Howell.
I actually put the wrong number on my slip.
Okay.
I apologize, but since I'm up here,
And we've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I agree with what Mary just said, that all of the agencies should meet together with the CCSD and the biologist and all of that. I think it would make it a lot simpler rather than going from agency to agency to agency. I think it's a good idea. And I also, Tina raised a question. I'd like to hear the answer to that, even though I like Ms. Cleveland.
We'll get to the answers
Thank
once
you.
we get through. Don Howell, it's my last request to speak.
Thank you. This is really just a very quick question. In the handout from Christine, there's a reference in 1.2, a reference to a future surface water treatment facility. That's news to me. Perhaps I've missed something in other handouts, but I'd like an explanation, if not today, sometime, as to is there a planned other treatment facility? Are we talking about more? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We did have a couple of questions. I believe, Ms. Dickinson, did you want to answer that, if you would?
You're welcome to join me. So I believe one of the first questions by Ms. Dickinson was, when did the services from Cindy start? Or Ms. Cleveland, I'm sorry, I keep calling you by Cindy. I meant to say Ms. Cleveland, so forgive me. I know that there was some work done for Sandstone construction as far as the environmental clearance during the 2014 start of construction. Is that correct? Okay, I think that's the earliest I recall, unless I need to be corrected. Whoa. So that was about 2014 before they broke any ground. You have to go through and make sure there are no listed species present where the contractor might take an excavator or something and disturb the ground. So that's probably the earliest time, and that was indirect. That wasn't directly, but that was for the contractor working, I think, under CDM Smith Constructors at the time. Then we're well aware of the ESHA issue that was brought up, and that was added as item 1.5 in the scope of work. And that's why you had a green sheet, because we wanted to make sure we included that in the scope of work, because we thought that was important to be responsive to Mr. Luster in particular. And then the ecologists being free, the offer really was to send the ecologists up to, say, join with Ms. Cleveland to look at what's on the ground. It wasn't to do a Section 7 consultation process. As you can see, there's a lot of hours in that scope of work in the proposal, and it wasn't near at that level. That was just kind of an informal sort of discussion or email or whatever it was, and said, hey, we'll send our ecologist down there and we won't charge you. So it was pretty brief and limited as far as that, and that is part of what has to occur anyway when you do the Section 7 consultation process. So we are planning on that, and hopefully the Coastal Commission wouldn't charge us for sending their ecologist down to meet with us. So that was pretty limited as far as what was being offered at that point in time. Was there another question I may have forgotten? I think
about meeting with all the agencies.
Meeting with all the agencies together.
That kind of came up with Ms. Webb's question, and again was repeated by Ms. Dean.
Yeah, that
And is
is.
about to be repeated by the president also.
I'm sorry.
About to be repeated by the president.
okay,
I
yeah,
agree
sure.
that that's a good idea,
Yeah,
but I'm not the expert in the process, so I think
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
in fact,
though.
we did a similar meeting in Santa Cruz at the Coastal Commission office back in August of 2014 when we were just getting going on the project at that time. But yeah, I think that sounds
On-site.
efficient, and I have to defer to Ms. Cleveland to see if that's normal or not. I mean, I think anything to communicate is
Right.
what we're in favor of here. So is that
It's very normal.
Okay.
okay?
That's what I would prefer, so,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay, so
Wonderful.
that's. I hope that answers your concerns. And then
We
and then-
are out of time, sir. We need to take a
Okay,
motion
well,
to
if I can-
continue or not.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
we need to
I'll
take
be
a
real brief.
motion.
I move that we continue for 10 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Behringer, seconded by Director Pearson to go for 10 more minutes, which would make it 6:40. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Aye.
Vice President Behringer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
No problem.
President Rice?
Aye, thank you. I'm sorry to
Okay,
interrupt
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for.
We have 5 more items after
I
you.
just want to answer Mr. Howell's quickly. There are future modifications described within the SEIR that was circulated to the public. And I know it's a large document to go through, but it was, again, we saw ways, and then funding this is still a big question, and how far out in the future, they may be well out in the future at this point in time. But we saw an opportunity to further improve reliability, which this project, in my opinion, is all about. And that would be to take well SS1, which is the furthest one up gradient from the SWF facility, run a pipeline from that all the way down to the SWF and have a little package surface water treatment facility right next to the SWF at some point in the future. And the reason we suggested that is because there's times that is within 150 feet of the creek, and you have to have a surface water treatment. Otherwise, we don't run well SS1 when the creek is flowing. So it kind of limits your ability to run SS1. And if you have the SWF running and you shut it down and then all of a sudden it rains, you get a flow of water in there, you're down really to one pump, and that's SS2. So this adds reliability, and you can run SS1 as well as SS2 if need be. Again, it was kind of a nicety to be able to improve the reliability even further by having that.
Thank you very much. I move that we approve the consultant agreement with Cleveland Biological for environmental consultation.
I second.
It's been moved by Vice President Behringer and seconded by Director Pearson to approve this contract with Cindy Cleveland of Cleveland Biological. Is there further discussion before we take a vote? Seeing none? Did you have something?
Yeah, this is no reflection on Ms. Cleveland's skills or integrity. I'm just wondering, and you know, it's $100,000. It's a mere drop in the impoundment basin, as one would say. But I'm just wondering, to be real honest with you, when this is all going to end. The amount of money that we continue to spend on this facility that we never needed in the first place.
On the plus side, this is intended to protect endangered or threatened species.
I understand that. And I'm grateful for that there's finally more of a consideration for the environment than was taken when this thing was pushed through in the beginning. Thank you.
All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Vice President Behringer?
Aye.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye.
Madam President, can I suggest that we open up the meeting for the wastewater standby or availability charges for the county, for the collection of county tax rules? I think that's one of the more important things we can do.
Yes, I think that's an important, because we would have to, I mean, it's been noticed, this is a public hearing, so. Let's take that item and the future agenda items in the last remaining minutes, and then we'll deal with agendizing either for another meeting or for June.
Is that okay with you? Absolutely.
Is there anything else that's super time sensitive that we need to be cognizant of that
No, ma'am.
would cause a problem? Okay.
I'm going to let Tim introduce this one.
Please.
Thank you.
So the grant thing isn't something that we need to do today? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Carmel.
This is a public hearing to consider the itemized report on standby and availability charges so that they can be collected on the tax roll. It's authorized by Government Code Section 61115B. It's recommended you open the public hearing, consider any protests and objections, make any changes to the itemized report you think are not relevant or appropriate, and then adopt Resolution 9, 2018. Be glad to answer any questions.
I'd like to open the public hearing. I don't have any slips for comment. That being said, then I would like to close the public hearing, and I would entertain a motion.
What is the motion? The motion.
Who wrote the motion in this one?
There's Resolution 9, 2018 in the packet. It's to approve that resolution.
I move we approve Resolution 09-2018, confirming the itemized report of water and wastewater standby or availability charges.
I'm going to second it.
Second by Vice President Berenger.
I was going to vote again.
President Rice?
No.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
Director Pearson? Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Thank you for your cooperation. Future agenda items, I would like to suggest that we need to, in addition to the things we didn't get to today, I would like to have a item on the agenda, maybe it'll go on the town hall even, for naming the facility, actually finalizing that issue.
I would object to that, and the reason is that in the EIR, there's 1,000 pages that refer to this issue, and I think that for the convenience of a couple of people, we could come up with a bunch of names, and I'm against the term.
So we're going to have, I move that we have that on the agenda, and then you can give your reasons, yes or no, if I get a second for that item. Is there a second?
Oh, you mean a second to consider?
To put it on the agenda.
Absolutely.
All right, so there's been, this is at some time on a future agenda.
Yeah, just getting one name for this facility.
It might be getting more than one, we'll see. So I want to have the discussion on an agenda. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
President Rice?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Vice President Berenger?
No.
Director Pearson?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have a future agenda item? We do have some things coming up on the next month's agenda, but we can work on that with the general manager unless there's something that.
If we have 1 minute left, there was a citizen wanted to know what is a question for the legal counsel. When we have a finance committee meeting, for instance, and it's duly noticed, why is it not appropriate for a third director to be able to contribute?
Because the Brown Act prohibits it, because effectively you would be having a board meeting. There would be 3 members, that would be a quorum, and it's not noticed as a board meeting.
Could you notice the fact that another board member might be there?
You'd have to notice it as a board meeting.
You'd have to notice it.
All right, I understand. Fine.
Okay. Director Wharton had his light on, and then Director Farmer.
Going back to what Director Farmer got emotionally affected by his statements is the overall health of the community. I'm looking at the CCSD and the school district and the CCHD. Would it be prudent to maybe get every board together and just talk about issues of things, and separate than what we've got our town hall meetings, because one affects the other. If these rates go, too high and people are moving out of town, school district's going to shut down and stuff like that. Is there?
There is. Let's put so in the form of a motion, it would be to put on the agenda the possibility of having a convocation of boards. We can't make the decision today.
Sure, no,
we can put it on a future agenda
down the road, and we're not talking like middle of the summer.
Maybe it's just a town hall meeting. Maybe we don't have to. Otherwise, we might constrict a lot of the conversations that are going on. But if we just stand around and chat.
That's, reading the social media, everything right now
sounds like there's enough for a discussion.
There's a lot of discussion going on.
We'll make that a motion
amongst all
from
three boards.
Director Wharton, and I'll second that, and we'll take a vote. And it may not be next month, but I understand.
Maybe after
there's
school
good
starts
reason
or something
for
like that. I don't know, but
okay. So on a future,
is it worthy of a discussion
agenda.
amongst?
I think it is worth.
To include,
yes, I think absolutely. So the motion is to have a discussion regarding getting the various local agencies together for a discussion of community issues. Yes.
Director Wharton?
To quote Harry Farmer, aye, aye, aye.
President Rice?
Yes.
Pearson? Director Pearson?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Yeah, I think it's a great suggestion. Thank you. Aye.
Vice President Berenger?
Aye.
We are adjourned until we meet again. Thank you for your patience, everyone. You guys deserve gold stars or something.